Hello there, my dear friend. Welcome once again to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and we are here with the dear Jolene as well. If I can get things on my Streamlabs thing to work. It won't work. Why is it not working? Not a good way to start the damn show. Anyways, so hello everybody. Welcome on in. And yeah, there is the wonderful Jolene. And I got to turn my light on. I am like so far behind. This woman is very mean to me. Very mean and cruel. She made me take a nap, and ever since then, everything is just thrown off kilter for me. Big meanie.
Yeah, I made him take a nap. Made him take a nap.
Made me.
We're only minutes into the stream, and Eva's already like, "Nope, I decide I want to go out again."
Of course. But yeah, we are here with you guys, and it's a Sunday, and I don't know what that means. The days just pass by for me. Being disabled and not working, it just passes by. That's all it does. I don't know. My Stream Deck is not working with my Streamlabs right now. Go figure. So I'm not gonna be able to switch scenes easily, but we can get it worked out as we go. It happens sometimes. It happens. It's the foibles of life. So anyways, yeah, that's been my day today. Woke up a lot of times earlier today when I was trying to sleep, and just felt like crap. Oh man, I felt like royal crap. My body was hurting so dang bad. But
and again, he blames me for taking a nap, which he feels at least slightly better since.
Yeah, well, you know, I have to be mean. It's part of my job. I'm a dad. I'm supposed to be grumpy and mean and blah. Yeah. But anyways. So, yesterday on the stream, I ended up finishing up a couple of pieces. One of them I was not completely satisfied with. It's okay, right? But the other one I think I got satisfied with overall. And I can show you guys those as we do. There we go. There's the piece I ended up completing and can feel at least reasonably satisfied with. So yeah, there's that. It did okay. You know, sometimes things happen, sometimes things don't. It's just kind of a thing with my eyes that I have to work a little extra sometimes, you know. So yesterday it was definitely one of those extra days for me. I don't know how things are going to be today. We're going to give it a shot. We're going to see what ends up happening. I've already unplugged my headphones a couple of times trying to get the stream started. So hopefully that doesn't happen very frequently after this.
Is that my fault too?
It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. You're a big meanie.
Oh, look at me. Shame.
But anyways, yeah, so we'll get ourselves kind of going a little bit here. I hope that everybody down there in the hurricane zone is being safe and sound. We have a couple of friends that are down there and have not heard from them for a little while, so hopefully they are doing okay, but they were expecting they were going to lose power, so, you know, we'll see what happens. But let's see, did they update at all? Nope, they haven't updated for quite a while. It's been since like 6 o'clock this morning. So yeah, it's been a little while since we've heard from them, but we'll see what happens. I assume they're going to be okay though. They said they were pretty well weathering everything okay. Ha 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 ha. So in the meantime, I'm going to dump everything over here. I am just with it today, people.
You're just all sorts of catastrophes over there.
I am with it today, man.
Just all sorts of catastrophes.
It's all her fault.
It's always the woman's fault, right?
It is indeed.
Always.
Why do you think I keep you around? It's to blame you for the things that I do.
To blame me for your misfortunes. Because I totally had everything to do with whatever the heck you dropped over there. Probably your vapor.
Yep,
nothing that I touch.
Yep, exactly.
But I had my voodoo ways and
Yep, exactly. It's all your fault.
All my fault.
All your fault. So, I'm going to do a little bit of experimenting here today. I have a couple of ideas of things that I might be able to try to get a little bit of different looks going on. So I'm going to make an attempt at it. Whether or not it's good or not, I don't know. But basically, I'm going to try to work within grayscale for a little bit, and then work up from there, more color into the mix. But we'll see what happens. I've tried this before, and it did work out pretty well. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on. But I have a couple of ideas that I wanted to like run with and see if maybe I can make something happen as far as, you know, a figure and that kind of stuff goes. So we'll try to work it. We'll see what happens with it. Whether I'm successful or not, I don't know, but experimenting is fun, right? That's what it's all about. I think. That face needs to be slightly bigger, maybe. So unsymmetrical. That's what we're all about here. Horrible symmetry. Horrible symmetry.
And I am still working on Baby Yoda that I started working yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. So how is that going?
Well, I'm attempting his ears yet again. We'll see how the ears go. I won't deny I'm not too happy with how he's coming out. Mostly his arms. Like, I should have done them smaller and more stubbly than I did, but oh well. Yeah. It's not like it took me long to whip that part up. I can
Right.
This is Baby Yoda version 1, and I can do a Baby Yoda version 2. Which version do y'all like? Probably the next one I'll do, but that's okay.
That's okay.
It's all good. The joys of trying things out on your own, right?
Exactly.
And to anyone who may or may not be listening, we're going to have a talk today. Yesterday we did school. So today, what's your best and or worst school experiences? I'm sorry, work. We're going to do work. We did school yesterday. That's what inspired the... I swear I know. I swear I do.
You're so aware, baby.
So aware. Just absolutely aware.
So what would you say your worst experience is for work?
I mean, my worst experience with work would definitely be the time that I worked 3 weeks in a row. Only one day off. And yeah. So like, this was at my first job. And the supervisor was going to be quitting soon. Like, he already had it in the books that he was going to be quitting by X date. I had seniority to be the next one to take over supervisor position. But being supervisor position was a shitty job. And you only made a quarter more than everybody else did. And you take on all the crappy responsibilities. Like, I just did not want it at all. There was no huge benefits.
It was not worth the quarter of an hour, or quarter more an hour.
It was not worth the quarter more. No, they need to up that a little more. But there was another gentleman that worked there, and he was more than willing to take the supervisor position. However, he had a caveat. He hadn't worked there long enough to be allowed to do this, but he said, I have a girlfriend who lives in the UK. I have a plane ticket and everything to go across the pond to go see her. If I still have a job when I come back, then I will take the position. If I don't, then I won't. Obviously. So we worked out a deal because we got paid every 2 weeks. And he was going to be gone for a total of 3 weeks. And it just so happens that he was going to be gone during, like, by the time basically management would realize that he was gone, he would have already come back, is basically what it was going to be. Because the first week that he was gone, they would have noticed he was gone. And by the time they start billing for the second 2 weeks, for the total of 3, well, hi, beauty. Thanks for lurking. By the time they noticed he was gone for 3 whole weeks, he would have already been back. So yeah. So because of that, it all worked out beautifully. So I had primarily worked openings. My old supervisor, I sing along to Final Fantasy 9. So my supervisor usually worked nights. Oh, it's suddenly raining too. And so my supervisor worked nights, and then this gentleman who was willing to take over supervisor, he kind of did the odd jobs and filled in the rest of the shifts. He would work both morning and night. So we had kind of a perfect little balance going. So since he was going to be gone, we had to find people that would. I love the song Melodies of Life from it. Aww. So my supervisor found people who would take over for our positions. Now, well, hi, Robin. The time a truck driver tried to kidnap me. Ooh, when I worked as a cashier at a truck stop. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Robin. How you doing? You'll have to go into more detail about that one for sure. Go ahead, Jolene.
Yeah. Please do. I'm interested to know. I'm glad you're okay. So my supervisor, he found people who would take our positions, work our days off, and he worked it all out that we would only work our regular days. I would still work my morning shifts. I would still get my days off, my 2 days off. And then my supervisor would still work his days, normal shifts, get his days off. So for 3 weeks, I worked every day. Nobody came and worked my morning shifts. Not only that, but the days my supervisor had off, almost every single one of those days, nobody showed up. So instead of just plain working for 21 days in a row, I also worked more than 12 hours in a day because the store, I had to be there at 5 a.m. and the store closed at, and on the day, about 10 o'clock at night. So more than 12-hour shifts. And my supervisor only worked 4 days a week. So for 3 days straight, I'm working, how many hours would that be? 12, 17 hours. So for 3 days straight, working 17 hours. And then the next 4 days working 8 hours because I wasn't getting my days off. So with the exception of one day, I had 1 day off in the smack dab middle of this whole 3-week journey. What sucked is that 1 day off I had, I would have much rather have gone to work than had stayed home. The reason being, so our kiddos were still in public school at the time. And I had been gone, a week and a half, I'm at work all the time. So I haven't been home much. My dearly beloved husband is telling me what's going on with kids. I worked the entire day again, from morning to close. I'm getting off. I am so excited to get home. I'm so worn out. I'm like, I am just going to sleep all day tomorrow. And when I call my husband, he says, I have some news for you. Okay. You remember how the other day I mentioned that Seth's head's been itching? Stomach drops. Oh God, no. Yeah, we found out earlier today he's got lice from school. Oh no. He's got lice. Ira can't see. Seth's the oldest, and he's only in like 4th grade at the time, so his Alibi could not help. And
Ooh, that is some serious thunder going on right now.
Yeah, it really is. I'm seeing it. And so if we lose power, and then Shirley was already starting to have cataracts in her eyes.
Lightning, very, very frightening.
Right, Holly.
I love it.
Galileo Figaro.
Talking about the whole story about how I had worked for 3 weeks straight, and during that time, you and Seth, I discovered, had lice, so I had to take care of your guys' heads, and you were too little to really be of much help. Yeah, that time frame. I was just getting to the part of how I had the one day off in the middle of the whole week, or of my 3-week horrible
work stint.
Yeah, I know. You were like, just shave my head. And I was just like, I could, if I can avoid it, I wanted to, because like winter was around the corner and I didn't want you to get really cold. Plus I was worried about bullying, that sort of thing, It's like, I would have if I had to, but I was trying my hardest to avoid it. But it just sucked because it's like, Shirley couldn't see. Seth was easy. Just shaved his head. He was fine with that. Obviously, Alibi was too, but again, I didn't really want to if I had to. Ira didn't want his head shaved, obviously.
I hadn't cut my hair for like 10 years at that
point.
Oh,
I know. No. Don't get me wrong.
I'm
not complaining.
I did shave my beard, though.
I'm not complaining, but it sucks because your hair was a lot darker then. So black hair, trying to look through black hair for some lice. Yeah, that was fun. Thankfully, Shirley could still kind of drive at the time, so she, went to CVS, got all the stuff we needed, and she did the laundry, while I spent the day shampooing everyone's heads, shaving everyone's heads, because I shaved Grandma's, I shaved Seth's, did everybody's, and then turned around late at night, realized, yep, there's lice in my hair too. So Ira had to trim my hair, because I was like, you guys, my hair goes down to my hips. It's always been that way.
Long.
So it's
and
like,
I love it.
It's like if we keep my hair this long, I'm going to need 2 boxes of the light stuff just for my hair. So I was like, no, just shave it, not shave it, but cut it so it's shorter, and I can just do the treatment and go from there. So it was just a horrible day off. I would have rather just slept the whole day, but it is what it is. So that was my worst work day ever. But it turned out to be like a really awesome payday check, but it was horrible.
Yeah.
All right, and then I see Robin replied, when he followed me out to my car and asked where I was going, and I said home, he put, excuse me, I'm kind of burping here. And I said home, he put his hand in my car window and said, you're not going anywhere but with me. He grabbed my shifter and tried to grab my keys.
Oh, Jesus. Hello, beauty.
Hello again, beauty. Beauty is also still streaming too, right?
Yeah.
So
Beauty's just hitting us with random noise.
Beauty is just coming over and attacking us.
That's all right. I got her stream up right now too, and I can go over there and do the same to her.
You know what? I should keep hers open because I got a lot of points. I could start doing that too.
We will have Roar Wars. Say that one 2 times fast.
No, I was already trying to do it once. Roar Wars, yeah. That's it. I ain't trying again.
Nope.
Okay.
That was good enough.
Okay. Instead, you're not going anywhere with it, but with me. He grabbed my shifter and tried to grab my keys. I grabbed my lighter and held the fire under his hand and held my shifter, and I got the car in drive and was driving down the parking lot with him hanging on. Oh my goodness. Finally, other drivers noticed and came running. Ended up he was banned from driving in Indiana. I am so glad that he was not successful. That is horrible. I am so sorry you had that happen to you.
Yeah, it was a horrible time. That was so sorry you had to go through that, Robin. Really.
The closest to something like that I've ever had was one day I went to the store after work, and this random guy was like asking where the mailbox was, like where the post office box would be. And I like was telling him, but he was acting like, well, can you come here and show me, like towards his van? But at the time I worked at the security place, so like he eventually saw the word security and he's like, oh, never mind. So the fact that I wore a security jacket as long as I did kind of helped to deter that. But that was kind of the closest I got. He was just really shifty and was just like, can you show me where this is? No, can you come closer to my van? And then was like, oh, never mind. He was like, you work security? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll find it on my own. Yeah.
Just another day in your life, yeah. Robin has lived hard. But we love her nonetheless. I am like really messing this up here. I just want things to work, man. Okay, I need to select the inverse here.
Oops.
Then apply the layer mask. There we go. There we go. Now we got it. Trying things out in a little bit of a different way to see what I can do, and I'm not sure how well it's going to work, but we're giving it a try.
I think I got a set of Yoda ears working for me finally.
Woo-hoo.
I'm like so much happier with how these look compared to what I was doing before.
So, Ollie, I don't think that you actually saw the picture that I did yesterday, did ya? You have not actually seen it yet. I did 2 of them yesterday. Both of them are horrible. You shouldn't look at them. They're terrible. Nobody should ever look at them. But I'll show you
Don't
anyway.
listen to your dad's lies. Don't listen to his freaking lies here. Looks like some creature in fog. I dig it. Right? Show me.
Okay, here it goes. There you go. And that's what I did yesterday. I also did this one yesterday too, for whatever it's worth. So yeah, there you go. Now, nobody will ever see them again. They won't see the light of day ever again. No. Right. You get a twofer there.
Sure, if you noticed, he had a theme of birds yesterday. He had birds in both pictures yesterday.
I did. I don't do birds often.
No, but you did yesterday. You're like, I feel like adding birds. Birds here, birds there, birds everywhere.
Whee! Everybody gets a bird.
Right? Bird for you, bird for you.
See, why is it doing that? Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay, that'll give me a chance to look at this though. Okay, so I need to make sure this gets masked out. See, I'm trying a little bit of a different thing by using the mask tool a little bit more than what I usually do. So this might be a little bit of a slower process for me as I try to get the handle on it. But I'm giving it a try. We'll see what happens. I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete that layer there. I just used it basically to help me figure out the masking of it. And now I can go ahead and go back to normal. And start drawing out what I need to have happen here. So I want to work on like clothing, and I'm not sure what I want to do with it quite yet. So we'll just kind of like play around a little bit to see what we can get to go. Because again, I don't know exactly what I want to do, but we'll get it figured out here as we go. We'll figure out something for him, whatever this thing might be. But see, the good thing about using the mask work is that it's not going to let me go outside of where I've already drawn, you see. So it'll give me a nice chance to, just kind of play around a little bit. So right now I'm working in grayscale because I want to like keep things a little bit more controlled, and I'm going to add color into it later. Like I said, it's mostly experimental at this point. I don't know what's going to end up occurring, or if it's going to be something that's worthwhile keeping, or whatever the case may be. I don't know, but we'll see. Trying to keep some of the aspects of the layers separated a little bit though. Going to be lurking tonight because I had a rough night with Layla and a long day today. My brain is barely functioning. I get it. Well, I mean, was it at least okay? Did you enjoy your time with little Layla? I know at one point you were saying you were going to get popcorn and then you disappeared, so figured she was occupying your time.
I mean, our topic got kind of dark a little bit at one point, so.
Yeah. I was in jury, but she couldn't sleep and finally fell asleep at 1. Woke up at 4. Aww. I think a lot of people are having sleep issues right now. Jolene and I both have been having really bad sleep time things going on the past like couple of weeks. It's been really rough. And Jolene's really upset about it for herself because she loves sleep, you know. So the fact that it's been rough for her, she's been kind of aggravated with herself with it, but I don't know what it is. It's like it's something in the air. So again, we're just kind of like experimenting around, you know, seeing what we can make happen. I don't know if anything is going to happen or not, but we'll try.
Okay, so I made one Yoda ear, but I feel like this Yoda ear is going to be way too big for the Yoda head I have. I will chop it. I will cut the string and show you guys.
Is he?
This Yoda is
he going to be
becoming he's becoming a very sad, despicable game.
There, I have you showing.
Oh, you got me full screen. Everyone's gonna really see. Okay, well, give me a second here. I still gotta cut the string, and then give me a moment to tie this part off. I will. All right. Ready to see this huge. Okay. So here's my Yoda. But he already has a dinky sized head to begin with. I should have made him a little bigger, but oh well. So here's my Yoda. And then here's the huge ear. I don't know. I think I made it a little too big. I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it works?
I think it works.
You think it works?
Yeah,
okay.
I think it works.
I'll go with it.
It's a little stylized. It's cool.
You think it'll work? Okay.
It's a
So I'll
little stylized.
continue.
It's cool.
I'll make another Yoda ear, and then I'll start attaching the ears. And then I'll make the little cuff thing that tends to be on his little wardrobe. And then I have no idea what I'm going to do for eyes. He might be an eyeless.
The eyeless wonder.
the eyeless Yoda.
The eyeless wonder.
Eyeless
Yeah,
Yoda.
it works. It does. It looks really cool. Looks really cute.
So your thing is kind of... It's totally reminding me of something, but I can't for the life of me tell you what it's like totally making me think of like, I don't know if it's from like a movie, a show, or a game, but it's totally making me think of like a reptile species. So if you're going for that, then you're achieving it. If not, well, I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't going for that, but I could see why it looks like that right now. Yeah, because of the way the forehead is and stuff.
Right. Yeah, the little
creases.
Middle. Right. Like it's almost like a, say, like a mercenary.
Yeah.
The cloak, yet kind of armor kind of attire.
Yeah. So Ollie, just for your benefit here, I'm trying out that technique that both of us had run across, giving it a shot, to see how I can do with it. I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, If nothing else, I'm figuring out ways to like make the face a little easier for me to work with,
So, by the way, Ollie, because I keep forgetting to ask you, did you like the beef stew yesterday? I never got to ask you if you liked it or not. And I keep thinking about it in the most inopportune time. So this time I'm just like, good, I'm going to ask. My love, do you have a worst work story, or would it be the one that you've already shared before with the biohazard guy and the skin and
Yeah, that would probably be like the worst, and I can tell it again for those of you guys that have never heard it before. So, all right. So basically, I worked at an answering service, and Robin worked there too, actually. But I worked at this answering service, and I really enjoyed the job. Like, it was a really good job. I got into it when I was like 20 years old, and I stuck with it. I think off and on, I worked there for about 7 years. So like I had worked there, I was there for a few years, and then I quit, did some other things, ended up going back to them after a couple of years, and stuck around with it for another couple of years. So the second time around that I worked there was this guy that was there named Art. And all right, so do not take me wrong. I don't have an issue with people who are obese, okay? But this guy was like morbidly obese, and he never did anything to take care of himself. So, in other words, he would go very, very long periods of time without a bath.
So in other words, health hazard to himself.
Yes. He admitted to us one night while working that he only took a bath once a year so that his wife would have sex with him on his birthday. That's the only time that he took a bath throughout the year. Secondarily to this, he also had very bad skin problems. It was a kind of a form of psoriasis where his skin would just harden up, peel off, and it would scale away like it was some kind of a lizard skin, kind of a thing. And it was like all over his body, all over his arms, his face, everything. I kind of maybe think it was more like a fungal related thing because, again, you can't go a year without a bath without having some kind of skin problems happen, right? And then being, again, morbidly obese, it gets even worse because there's stuff in between the rolls and all that kind of stuff, So, you got to take care of yourselves, even if you're an obese person, you've got to take care of it, So, at the time that he was working there, I was working third shift. And as the third shift person, one of my responsibilities, because we didn't get as many calls during the night as what they did on first and second shift, although the calls that we did get were more like emergency calls. So like during the daytime, it was usually, somebody stepped out of the office or something like that. So they would transfer their phone lines over to us so we could answer for them and send them the messages and that kind of stuff. But during the night, we got more of like the emergency stuff that came in, people calling the doctor in the middle of the night. Holy crap, my kid just fell. What do I do? Or whatever the case may be, So when calls would come in, we would definitely like, I would have to be like on it. You know what I mean? One of the responsibilities that I had between calls coming in was to clean the place, which I didn't mind entirely, right? I don't mind doing cleanup duties. It's fine, for the most part, even though I am a germaphobe, I kind of, let's clean this up, you know what I mean? Get rid of these germs here. So, anyways, when he started working there though, again, I still had to do the cleanup duties, but the smell of this guy was like nothing I've ever smelled in my life before or since. It was like, it was the scent of rotting flesh combined with as sour of an ass as you could ever imagine, like all wrapped up into one and spreading everywhere. Like my computer was like complete opposite of the room of where he would sit. And even hours after he would leave the building, I would still smell it prevalently throughout the whole place. That's how bad it was. Like I don't know how anybody could stand working next to him during their shifts. It just, oh God, it was horrible. Like I would have to spend, like when I walked into the building, to start my shift, I would have to spend at least 10 minutes worth of time in the bathroom, like preparing myself, like slowly, like acclimating myself to the scent, because otherwise if I was to walk right into the room straight from outside, I'd puke. Like it happened. You know what I mean? So even though this was a thing, you know, and so, okay. Also adding to it again, the gigantic flakes of skin were everywhere, like literally piles of it on the floor beneath where he would sit, all over the desks, all over the keyboards, everywhere. Like it would waft into the air and spread throughout the whole damn place. Like I would even find it in the damn break room, like where the food was, you know, just everywhere. So, the boss told me, well, you've got to clean everything up. And I'm like, dude, there is no way in hell I am cleaning this up. Like, this is a biohazard situation here. You've got to give me gear to be able to handle this, because this is like, if I was to breathe this in, you know, I'm in trouble here. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Robin. So yeah, it was horrible. And he still tried to demand that I clean this place up. And I'm like, there is no freaking way in hell I'm doing this. You know, either you call somebody in to get this cleaned up, or you give me hazard pay, because this like $9 an hour is not worth my health trying to clean this stuff up. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he did finally give me like gear, like masks and gloves and all that kind of stuff, so that I could make use of it. And, the problem is, like, I could not, it was untenable for me, being a germaphobe, to work in an environment where that was all going on all the time, regardless of whether or not I was demanded to clean it up or not. I could not handle being in the environment with it. So I ended up having to finally quit, and I never went back to it. So it sucked, because it was a good job. I did enjoy doing it, and the pay was okay. You know, I got a little bit extra sometimes because I was considered the third shift supervisor, even though I was only supervising myself. But you know, after a time, I did get somebody else there on the second shift, or on the third shift as well with me. So I was the manager for that night or whatever. But anyways, yeah, that's probably like, on a personal level, one of the worst experiences I've had at a job. I've had a lot of very bad experiences at jobs, don't get me wrong, but like, as far as like the most dramatic, I guess that would be the best way to put one. And I'm even talking about, like, I've been robbed at jobs. You know what I mean? Like, even those in my memory are not as bad as me having to deal with this art guy, you know? If that gives you any indication of the trauma that the smell of it and dealing with it did to me. There you go. Alrighty. You just had to get away because you didn't want to hear the art stuff. You had to deal with it too, I think, didn't you? If I remember right, like you were on second shift with him, weren't you? I'm trying to remember, because I couldn't remember if you were first or second shift. But I think you did second shift with him. bringing up PTSD for my poor sister who had to work with this guy too. Right. Exactly. He wasn't even a nice guy either on top of it. Like he was an ass, you know, he really was. And, you know, so there was no redeeming feature to him at all. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. That is true. Some people are trying to hate it. I'm sorry, Ali. I apologize for grossing you out. Got to chill so you went to grab your robe. I have been really, really cold the past week myself. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's weird. Like the other day I woke up and my temperature was at like 95.7.
Yeah, scaring the heck out of me.
Yeah, poor Jolene was freaking out. So far I'm kind of digging the facial features on this person. As a matter of fact, he was why I stopped showing up at work. He gave me anxiety so bad. Right, exactly. I was like, dude, you got to give me hazard pay to deal with this guy. Like, there's just no way. There's just no way. Talk about anxiety. Talk about anxiety. Hello, Weirdness Master. Welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing, my friend? Yeah. We were just talking about some of the worst work experiences we've ever had. So, yeah, that kind of fit. Yeah, I'm awake now. This meanie right here behind me. Okay. You guys point at her and shame her because she made me take a nap today. I don't like naps. I don't like naps at all. And she made me take a nap. This mean person. I only got a couple hours worth of sleep last night. The door kept opening today and we've got an alarm on the door. So like the alarm kept waking me up. And then I woke up and I was like in so much pain. I couldn't even think, you know? So she laid down. She's like, come on over here and spend a moment with me. So I went over and I laid down next to her. And the next thing I know, I passed out because she knew she knows what she's doing. She does. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, he does not like naps at all. I was like, come over here. Just cuddle with me for a minute. Just cuddle with me.
Okay, to be fair though, naps usually are not like conducive to me feeling better. Like it's kind of a thing for me where she tricks me. She's mean. Usually if I take a nap, then I'll wake up and I'll actually feel a lot worse than I did when I actually took, before I laid down. So, usually I try my best to avoid napping. If I'm going to nap, I'm just going to try to sleep through. You know what I mean? Like it's just going to be sleeping through. But my sleep is like, it's a mess, guys. It really is. It's a mess. Like I was married to somebody for years who, basically forced me to only get an hour to 3 hours a day of sleep. And the way that I am, like if I wake up, if I've been asleep for any period of time and I wake up under normal circumstances, unless I'm feeling like complete dog crap, I will be awake again for another like 12 to 15 hours. I just won't be able to go back to sleep. So the problem with this ex of mine doing this to me is that at the same time that she was doing it to me, it was really deteriorating my health a lot. I think a lot of my health problems today are related to that period of time where I was only getting an hour to 3 hours worth of sleep. It completely screwed my sleep up, like hard. I don't REM sleep very much, so it's not very restful sleep, you know? So yeah, you'll feel better most of the time. That's good. I was told I need to have a sleep study done. This is crazy. This is crazy. I was told I need to have a sleep study done, but the insurance company won't cover to have a sleep study done because I've never had a sleep study done before. So in order for them to cover a sleep study, I would have to have a sleep study. What is wrong with these people? Like, this makes no sense whatsoever. But you got to love insurance companies, right? You've never had this done before, so we're not going to pay for you to get it done. But that's okay. If you get it done, then we'll pay for it later. What? Yeah. I mean, insurance companies suck. Like, going with the worst jobs thing, Jolene was a pharmacy tech for a while. And yeah, it's really pouring out there right now. Jolene had a job where she worked as a pharmacy tech for a while, and she ended up actually quitting the job because she could not deal with the insurance companies. Like, that's how bad insurance companies are. It was an untenable situation for her to be in. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. If you want to bring up your PTSD about it.
I mean, sure. Yeah. Like, I was working as a pharmacy technician in a retail setting, mind you. Not good, not fun. If you ever...
Not to interrupt too much, but what's going on Tuesday or Wednesday? Go ahead.
Yeah, working retail, especially in a retail, or working pharmacy technician, especially in a retail setting, it really sucks. It really does. If you can avoid it, don't do it. And just having to deal with the insurance, and just like, insurance is so hard and confusing, and it doesn't make sense, especially in a pharmacy technician way, you know, with, you know, because something I don't know if everyone is aware of, but if you have any form of Medicaid, Medicare, anything like that, there's commercials for the GoodRx. You're not supposed to be able to use that. And as a pharmacy tech, I'm supposed to know that, and I'm supposed to be able to look on the computer and see these weird words and understand which one is personal insurance and which one is state insurance. And it's like, it's hard. That's when I expect to the hurricane hit. I am in
Alabama. Yeah.
Gotcha. I was like, Bama? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. It took me a hot minute there. Yeah, I hope best to look for you.
I just murdered Beauty over there. I hit her with the sounds. So yeah, Alabama. So you guys are going to be getting it later this week. I know, like Louisiana's getting it right now, and they're getting hit pretty hard. We've got friends Fox and Bull who are down in that area, and there's a few others that are down in that zone too, and we haven't heard from them since this morning. So I don't know what's going on with them, or if they're okay or whatever, but I do hope they are. Hurricanes, we're up here in Indiana. We definitely have dealt with tornadoes quite a bit up in here. I've been through 3 different tornado situations myself, and they've all been super scary. Super scary. It did it twice. Yeah, definitely prep up as best as you can. That's for sure. Whatever you can do. Tornadoes are definitely not fun experiences. Anyways, go ahead, Jolene. You were talking about the companies there.
I mean, I pretty much hit it all. There's not too much more to say. Just insurance companies suck. I just didn't have the heart to see people come through, and 1 month their insurance companies paid for their medication, and the very next month suddenly it's like, oh, your insurance is not covering your life-saving medication, and now you have to pay like $2,000. Yeah, no, I can't. I just can't do that. Especially when it's something like insulin, where to make insulin is so cheap compared to how much they make.
Oh yeah,
make it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous how much they charge for insulin. She had one guy come through who the insurance company had always paid for his insulin, and so he came to pick it up one day, and the insurance decided, for whatever reason, like no reason given, just decided, nope, we're not covering that anymore. And so when he came in to pick up his insulin for the month, Jolene had to tell him, well, I can't give it to you unless you give us $1,500. And the guy didn't have the money. Like, what are you supposed to do in that situation? Out of nowhere, you're responsible to now pay for this drug that's literally keeping you alive. What are you supposed to do with that situation?
Yeah, I could not in good conscience keep working there. It was so horrible. It was absolutely, I mean, there was this one woman that would come through. I'm grateful for my insurance. One prescription is $18,000 a month, and the other is,
Right, yeah.
Prescriptions are so stupidly expensive. It's like there was this one woman who came through who had like prescription after prescription after prescription, and she didn't know what was going on, and the other pharmacy techs were like, yeah, she's just a hypochondriac. And then before I left, it eventually came out that she had some form of cancer. I can't remember what it is. So she was starting to do the chemo thing, and she was already starting to see a change, not obviously the happiest of changes, but yeah, I hear insulin is one of the biggest insurance fucks out there. Yeah, it definitely is. If you look it up, it is super cheap to create insulin. It's like what, less than $20 to create
it?
Right.
They might be able to create it for like $20, and then they'll turn around and sell it for like $300, $400, $500. It's just knowing people have to have it. Knowing people have to have it.
And see, the stupid thing is the person who discovered whatever insulin and its uses, never patented it because he felt it should be something that everyone should be able to get a hold of because it's life savings. Yeah. And yet insurance companies and, well, pharmaceutical companies are like, nope, we're going to charge up the wazoo for it. So yeah, it's cheap to make, and yet they charge
exorbitant
too much for it. Yeah. And then you also go on, I am lucky right now, I only pay $150 for my stuff. And that's for a 3-month supply of 4 different medications. That's really good. I won't deny I'm on state medication, or state Medicaid, Medicare, whatever. And my medications.
Medicare at this point, yeah.
Well, both. I mean, and I have. How many medications do I have? I got like, I'm gonna say 8. Yeah, 7, 8. I have about that much. And I pay like $5 max for each one. So however much that is. Not all of them I have to pay for. But yeah. Which is great because like some of them are like just stupidly expensive. It's just like, should be this way, I mean, because I think everyone knows, that pharmaceutical companies charge way too much for medications. Like they don't even need to be that expensive, and they are making more in return by charging so much than they really need to do. It's stupid and ridiculous. I mean, honestly, it's hurting the insurance companies more than it hurts us, because most of us are on insurance of some sort. And then at the same time, that explains why insurance companies are so finicky. Oh, well, we don't want to cover that. We would like you to try this instead. It's a pain in the ass that it does that, but at the same time, can you blame them? I mean, certain medications the doctors prefer because they get a kickback is also more expensive than what would be more preferred to pay. So it's a stupid little lingo. It's a stupid lingo, and I'm glad I'm not involved in it no more.
Right.
Thankfully, my doc visits are only $20. It's the ER that's $150 per visit. Thankfully, my doctor visits are free. Paid for, I should say. Obviously not free, but someone pays them for him,
Someone
but it's
pays
not
it.
me. It's not me. I don't pay for him. ER visits, same. Insurance, thankfully. And see, that's the kicker of it all. Because I have such a complex heart health, it's like I have to feel like either sticking with, staying, like I can't make too much because I'll lose it. Because otherwise, again, I just said I had like 8 prescriptions. If I have to rely on whoever I work for to give me insurance, which most jobs don't do that anymore, then I'd have to pay out of pocket, pay for the insurance company, and pay premiums, and then pay this, and then pay that, and then still pay a percentage. I mean, it's like,
Yep.
Because of my health, I'm going to be stuck. I'm stuck in this. If I want to financially survive, I kind of have to stay poor. And that's the shitter of it all. I need to see a sleep doctor, my primary, and a dermatologist right now. Yeah, I'm supposed to see a sleep doctor. Actually, I had the same message that Ira did, as far as like, we won't cover your sleep study because you've never had a sleep study done. So until that happens, we won't cover your sleep study. I've had the same message too. That was before my surgery, but yeah. And then dermatologist. Yeah. A sleep doctor for me, and then I'm supposed to do GI stuff, but I haven't yet. So I can get my CPAP machine fixed. Oh yeah, definitely fix that. So I can get my heart checked out and to get a couple skin issues figured out. Are you just wanting to get your heart checked in general, or do you actually have heart health issues? I have heart health issues. I mean, if you don't want to share, that's fine. Robin says, for my IV medicine to be fair, the only reason it exists is because the CEO of the drug company lost her doctor to pulmonary hypertension at 7. She personally funded the research and pushed her employees to find something that would help. And then Weirdness says, I don't know. I was told by my EMT friend that I should. Oh, okay. Hopefully they didn't see something that you're not seeing and just not saying. Have they ever worked on you? Evaluated you in any way? My heart had been on and off fluttering for a year now, and sometimes I get randomly dizzy. Gotcha. Okay. That could be a plethora of different things.
Yeah, when it comes to heart health, don't mess around, that's for sure. Make sure you get yourself checked out, because things can go wrong with the ticker, and it is the one thing that's keeping you alive. You know what I mean? You've got to make sure to get it checked. So I get mine checked pretty frequently because Robin and I's dad had a lot of heart issues. He went through 6 bypass operations, 6 back surgeries. He had multiple strokes, multiple heart attacks. When I was growing up with him, basically, if there was a day that he did not get taken to the hospital in an ambulance, or a week that he didn't get taken to the hospital in an ambulance, we kind of had a celebration because we spent a lot of time at the hospitals, that's for sure. So I know from like family history, there's a lot of heart stuff that's there. Thankfully, my heart has been pretty normal. It's like the most normal part of me. So Jolene and I have kind of made the agreement that she's allowed to have the heart issues and I will have the rest of like the blindnesses and all that kind of good stuff. So we've made that agreement with each other.
I see. Weirdness has continued. No, another friend has recently had the fluttering feeling for like a few days off and on. And I said that I've been having it for over a year, and my EMT friend was like, please see a doctor. It could be nothing, but it could be VFib or something. I was thinking AFib, but yeah, VFib.
Yeah.
My family has a history of heart and skin issues. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
especially if there is a history.
Yeah, definitely you'll want to get it checked.
Go ahead and get it checked out. Because they can give you, like, especially... Can I... Oh, bitch. I'm sorry. Can I bitch a second on heart issues? Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to.
Please do. You know, Jolene is always about like hearing people's heart stories. It's a close and personal subject for her. So.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, depending on like, if it is VFib or, AFib, or there's all sorts of different fluttering
PVCs and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
That's what I had that started me on my journey of, I need my surgery. Doesn't mean you will. Don't be scared by that. I'm just but there's a lot of medications they can give you that will help you. We are friends with someone who has... Is it VFib he has?
Yeah.
And he's on medication. So my mom had a heart murmur for 20 years and just recently got a valve replaced. Gotcha. Yep. I mean, it is a thing, unfortunately. I mean, but it could also be just, I mean, not doctor, blah, blah. You have to get checked either way. Don't listen to what I say and just be like, oh, okay. But like on the lighter side of things, like it could be just something like Ollie has POTS, which is kind of heart related. You still have to see a cardiologist for that one, but it's blood pressure, issue, but they get the fluttery feeling and stuff too. So just saying, it could be a plethora of different things. My grandma had a weak heart. My whole mom's side of the family has high blood pressure and high cholesterol. Oh, that's not good either. My brother already has high blood pressure at 33. And then Ollie says, yeah, I get fluttery heart sometimes with it too. Yeah, so see, there you go. So it could be something as simple as like not a scary heart thing. It could be like an offshoot of a heart thing. Or it could be, I mean, to be honest, how's your stress been?
Yeah, because stress can definitely add to it too.
Stress can definitely mimic a lot of heart issues. I've been putting it off because I'm overweight and I expect them to say lose weight. Unfortunately, that might be a thing, but that's still not going to entirely
at the same time, don't let them.
Parted, the heavens opened up once more, and Dr. Napkins descended into the chat.
Well, hello there, Dr. Napkins, as you descend on in. How you doing, my friend? How'd the birthday go?
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we can party too. But yeah, weirdness. Even if they go that route, they should it's still not going to solve.
I was going to say, don't let them railroad you with that, because we have a friend who also has some pretty severe weight issues, and they have Crohn's disease and some other things on top of it. And every time that she has issues, the first thing they try to do is tell her, well, it's your weight, you've got to lose weight and all that kind of stuff. And she's like, no, you people don't understand, and you're not going to railroad me like this. You're going to take care of the problems. Yes, I do acknowledge I'm overweight, but that is not what's going on here, and you need to look into this. You kind of have to be a little bit demanding when it comes to your own health care. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's all I'll say on that. But
Okay, so Robin said, okay, so I have a sister-in-law. She has POTS. Ollie does too. She has convinced my brother, not her, that she is dying. Oh, you won't die from POTS. Like, it's just a mild case and is likely more because of her weight. Not minimizing POTS, but she told me that her POTS was more dangerous than my... No, it is not more. The only way it's more dangerous is because you can faint from it.
Yeah, I mean, if you
the
faint in the
only
wrong
way.
moment, that can cause you issues, you know. But that's more circumstantial than
Yeah,
anything.
only if you fall and hit your head, or
Right.
something, you fall on something,
That's a
heaven forbid.
circumstantial thing. That's not related to the disorder itself. Like the disorder itself, you're not going to die from, you know?
Hi, you tater. But yeah, no, no, Robin, no. She's wrong,
Yeah.
obviously. And obviously you know that too.
You know that too,
but,
yeah.
but yeah, no, I mean, Ollie's had POTS
Hey,
for
Tater.
quite a number of years now. 5 years now it's been diagnosed. So, I mean, no, it's not. I mean, granted, Ollie's isn't like very severe. There's others that have it a lot more severe than Ollie does.
I mean,
but
they had it severe, like really severe towards the beginning stages of it, but at this point in time, it's a little bit more controlled, you know. So
right, POTS can be controlled.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, do you have the willpower to go through with it? Are you able to? And then it's also, is your body going to, it can can be manageable.
Yeah.
Depending on circumstances.
Don't get me wrong, it's rough, you know. It's not a fun thing by any means, but at the same time, it's not dangerous, you know.
And depending on how it is for you, it can be manageable without medication.
Yeah.
It's manageable for Ollie without medication. You need more salt.
Lots of salt
and more liquid.
Yeah.
That's kind of the biggest thing.
Lots of salt. You gotta keep the that blood pressure level up. Good.
So yeah, Robin, I can understand your frustration. That's really wrong of them to demean your situation, your health issues, by trying to say that theirs is worse. Not only that, you shouldn't really sit and try to compare, It's like, I have my issues, but I'm not going to sit here and try to be like, oh, my issues are worse than yours, Robin, or yours is worse than mine. I mean, we both have sucky health issues. I mean, we should just both be like,
we all got issues.
It sucks, Why sit and compare? Blindness says, but I guess if nothing else, I should get it checked out in case it's something serious. Yeah, I mean, you really should. If you're having chest fluttering sensations and dizziness, and it's been going on for quite a while, you really should. And then napkins. It was a good one. Not too much going on today. It was pretty chill. Did you go out for Chinese then, or what did you get to do for your birthday? Ali said, POTS is only really dangerous if you fall and hit your head. Tater said, good evening, y'all. I'm in the bath and in relax mode. Hi. Nice to accompany you in the bathtub. Robin said, like, my heart is triple size on the right side and could explode without my meds, but no, you're feeling faint when you first stand up is much worse. Right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
Totally worse.
Yeah. It's, yeah. To them, it might be worse, but it's not. And yeah. Dr. Napkin says health shouldn't be a competition. Exactly. I mean,
yeah, we all got issues, That's the thing.
All right, I put the ears on my Yoda. I think if I had him a different color, he'd look more like with how I got the ears. he'd look more like Gizmo. This is him with his little ears. I don't
Give
know
me just a second. I'll transfer it over to you.
It's kind of more like bat ears, really. I guess it works though, because he does have big old ears.
There, I got you on full screen now.
Napkin says, had cheese curds for breakfast, Chinese for lunch, and I had cookie dough, ice cream in place of a birthday cake. Watched a couple movies and some anime. Oh, that sounds fun. So yeah,
That sounds really good.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of cake, so yeah, I usually do something different than cake for my birthday thing if I ever do it. All done. And then Robin says, it just makes me angry that she has my brother so scared. And when I try to reassure him she is okay, she goes on one of those tirades. I mean, that's a shame. I mean, it could be that she's like jealous of how worried she was for your brother. I mean, for you. I'm sorry. She could be more jealous about how he may have been worried about you in the past, but has made it more about herself. I don't know. I'm just talking on my boat right now. And then Amanda always wants pie for her birthday. See, I'm more of a pie person than a cake person myself, too. And then, no, she just doesn't want to get out of bed. Oh, okay. Well, there's
That's
that,
a whole
too, yeah.
different subject then.
And see, that's not going to help you either if you have POTS. You still got to get up. That's just going to make your condition worse if you don't.
Right.
Now, granted, if you're having a really bad day, don't. But, I mean, if you're having a better day, you got to try to move around. You got to try to get something going. And what did I do? Okay, I will be right back. I prefer unfrosted cake. I'm very picky about frosting. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of frosting. That's kind of the main reason why I don't like cake is frosting. If it's frosting, it's got to be like the buttercream. That's like really the only frosting I'm okay with. And everything else is like, I'm not a huge fan. Okay, I'll be right back.
She abandoned me. Terrible. So right now what I'm doing is doing a little bit of like color moding, trying to, I don't know, give some edge work and that kind of thing with the color scheme here to see what we can do. I'm not sure about that. Literally what I'm doing right now is just experimenting. Like I have no freaking clue what I'm going to be doing with all of this. It's just literally experimenting around, trying to, come up with a couple of different techniques that I've run across that might be a good idea to try. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm in the midst of doing right now. So if everything looks a little strange, well, that's why. Unfrosted cake is amazing. I'll take that over frosted cake any day. See, nah, not for me. I'm all about the frosting. I'm all about the frosting, that's for sure. I have literally sat and ate like frosting out of the container. Granted, I don't do that very much, right? But yeah, I've done it.
Okay, I have and she seriously stays in bed all day, every day, and he has to do everything. See, that's not right. That's really not right. I'm curious. I'm sorry, I know I'm making a lot of noise right now. How does she say that hers is worse than yours? Like, what makes it so much worse? And yeah, see, Ollie says, honestly, exercising helped my POTS so much.
Yeah.
And exactly. And that was, correct me if I'm wrong, that was something that the cardiologist even told Ollie to do.
Yeah.
When I did Taekwondo, that was the best. That was the best in the midst of my POTS episodes I ever felt. Right, exactly. Because you do still need to. Because, I mean, the more you exercise, the more your body will kind of acclimate to it, you know? I mean, it's kind of helps, Unfrosted cake is amazing. I'll take that over frosted cake any day, right? Exactly. Dark confession. I prefer cake mix mixed with water and cooked. Oh, okay. I mean, if we're getting into that category, yeah, cookie dough. Ollie says, you need that cardio work because it's a blood pressure issue. Exactly. See, Ollie's only 17, but gets it. So, I mean, Robin, if you need... if it makes you feel any better. Oh, if she gets up, she will have a heart attack and die. Psh. POTS does not give you a heart attack.
It might make you feel like crap, but it's not going to give you a heart attack and stuff, no.
Ollie, literally, if you want me to call her. I mean, POTS literally has nothing to do with the heart. It's a vagus nerve. It's the nerve that has the issue. Yes, it causes your blood pressure go wonky, which the heart has part to do with. But the heart is not the main thing. It's vagus
also
nerve.
Transitory, and your heart has like the capabilities of being resilient enough to bounce back from that drop in the blood pressure.
Yeah. It's again, Ollie goes to a cardiologist. Ollie's heart is fine. It's just, it's a cardiologist that diagnoses and helps you treat this, because there's not really a specific field that would help you with this to begin with, But no, POTS would not cause you to have a heart attack. POTS would cause you to faint. Yes. And have dizzy spells. Have fatigue. Have, all these things. But
yeah, like I said, it's going to make you feel like crap, but
right, you're not going to feel the greatest. But then Robin says, I mean, if you remember when I was in a wheelchair before my medication and I began taking one step every day, and now I can walk 5 miles. So 100% no exercise helps. Yeah, I mean, it's the same with me with my stuff, When I was recovering in the hospital, they didn't let me walk. So, I mean, that's part of why my health didn't go so well. I mean, I'm in the heart groups on Facebook, and they say 100% start walking.
Yeah.
The day you can, the day you come out of surgery, if you can, or the day after. They said the sooner you start walking, the sooner you're going to get better. And the more you push yourself within reason. I mean, obviously don't push yourself too much, but the more you push yourself, the better you're going to be. And that's why, I started doing the cardiac rehab last month in June. Yeah, last month. And I have improved so much because of it, because exercise really does help you. Right, exactly. Napkins. Walking by itself does so much good for your body, and it really does. So to say that your heart's going to have a heart attack if you get up and walk around, no, you increase your chances of heart attack if you stay sedentary and just sit on your butt all day, Yeah. Because your heart needs that exercise. Your heart needs to get up and move around. You need to get the blood to pump. I walk every day. I can't exercise beyond walking because, again, my heart is triple the size on the right side. Right, yeah. I mean, I get you there. My heart, not triple size, but my heart is enlarged. And, if I run, I feel it in my lungs, and that's not a fun situation. And, it's not good, but I definitely get you as far as that goes. Napkin says, I'll get you guys later, picking the wife up from work. Okay, have fun picking her up. Be safe, and happy birthday again.
Thanks for hanging for a bit. I'm not sure I'm satisfied with how this is going.
You do realize you say that with like every picture you do, right?
Yeah, well, I know, but I'm meaning like just like the technique that I picked up. It's not quite fitting with what I want to do. But I think it's just because of the colors. So like the other part of stuff, let's see, going back to the baseline here. Like if I was to delete out the color layers and go back to the baseline and work it from here, I think I'd be more satisfied, like adding in the colors kind of manually, you know? Yeah, I know that, but I was just trying to like gauge like how the color kind of thing would work out for me, Ollie. And I think that for my purposes, it might be a little bit easier for me to like do the color a little bit more manually, you know, once I've done the grayscale work, if that makes sense. As opposed to the other method. But yeah, I'm doing a little bit more of the grayscale work at this point. I just kind of wanted to experiment as I got it to this point to try to, you know, figure out what to do from there. So. But I will say I am enjoying this grayscale thing, especially with the face. That, and I'm kind of working on a masculine face here too, so I'm not used to masculine faces. Those dang mins. coming out a little bit too masculine for me, so I'm kind of cutting it back just a little bit, making it a little bit more feminine. And I need to kind of work on the lighting over here on the face too, so yeah, you guys get it. You know. I'm getting hungry too. It's terrible.
You're always getting hungry on stream.
I know, it's terrible. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody needs to see that. Bad content. So what's everybody up to tonight? What you guys doing? Speak to me.
So probably should give you some background. My brother broke his back and has steel rods on either side of his spine. He can't work because he could become paralyzed. They lost their house because they couldn't afford the rent. They are now living in a campground. She convinced my brother to get a job in construction because she can't work, because if she gets up too long, she will have a heart attack. I just want to beat her ass. Oh my gosh. What?
Jeez.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. That is frustrating, Robin. That is absolutely...
That's redonkulous.
That's disgusting. Does he love her? Like, does he... Because if not, maybe, you know... Yeah. Wow. That is really horrible.
Is she at least mildly attractive? I mean, to put up with that kind of stuff, you know? I kid.
He worships the ground she walks on. Yeah. Well, the ground that she lays on. Wow. That's sad. That is sad. I am so sorry that your brother is being taken advantage of. Because that's what it is, you know?
Yep, flat out. 100%.
Let me guess, she's not on disability, and she's so disabled that she can't work. But she's not on disability, right? They have been together since they were 14. Gotcha.
Okay, I gotta get a little bite here.
Okay, a little bit of bite. No, she is not, but he is. What? Then all the more reason why he should not be working, because if he's on it, he doesn't need to be working and possibly lose it. Or just plain, you know, have a decrease, you know, depending on if he's on SSI or SSD or both, but, right? Yeah. goodness. That is really, I am so sorry. That is just a horrible situation.
Pardon my chewing here, folks, but I haven't eaten for like 8 hours now, so.
I hope they don't have any kids, and I hope she's not wanting any kids. She's out of her damn mind if she wants kids. But it takes getting out of bed to get disability. No, you can apply online. That's how I did it. I applied online. Granted, it's kind of easier to go in and like hand in paperwork because I did that too, but I got it started online. Hope to dear God you're going to tell me they don't want kids. Because if she can handle the act, then she can handle getting a job. Or walking around at the very least, you know? It takes... Oh, wait, nope, never mind.
So we got these new Lay's Doritos Cool Ranch chips. They don't really taste like Doritos Cool Ranch. They're not bad, don't get me wrong. It just tastes more like a sour cream and onion.
They have a Funyuns one. I want to try that one. They have 3 kids. Oh, 2 are adults now. Never mind. They moved out ASAP when they turned of age. The last one is severely autistic and has scoliosis and will need care his whole life. Oh, goodness. So again, let me guess. He takes care of the kid all by himself. Was she like this the whole time they had kids too? Like, was he the one taking care of everybody? And if so, how? Because especially having back problems and having kids and just, oh my goodness. I can't imagine. I mean, honestly, it sounds like she needs to see a therapist of some sort. If she's content with just staying in bed her whole life and having her husband go out and work. Sounds like she's got like some severe therapy needs of some sort. If she's delusional enough to think that her condition is as severe as she's trying to make it out to be. It has also pushed her husband to risk his health in such a way. Yes, that is how he ended up injured. He worked 3rd shift and during the day had to take care of the kids. He was sleep deprived. Oh my goodness. That is, I am so sorry. That is just horrible situation.
I understand how that is.
Yeah. Sleep deprived and working 3rd shift and or just plain being birth 3rd shift.
I can't tell you how many times I came so close to accidents because I was working the driving job at the time. Literally falling asleep on the highway.
Yeah, you would call me and be like, talk to me so I stay awake.
Yep. Only to get home and only get an hour's worth of sleep because, oh, I need to sleep.
Right.
So sorry for the chewing here, folks, but hopefully you can't hear it too much.
Ooh. He was setting up a banquet room, and when he went to get a table from a stack and stumbled, and the whole stack fell on him. Ugh. That is horrible. I am so sorry that he's gone through all that. And more.
Me too. Almost done here, folks. Yeah, it's not too bad, I think. I like how the lips are coming out. I'll definitely be reworking the clothes and stuff, but yeah, so far so good. Uh-oh, I'm almost out of beef jerky. Lurk away, beauty, lurk away. One of the things that I found works well for me is taking in a lot of protein, so I eat a lot of jerky. So what would say is the best working experience that you guys have ever had?
Getting paid for it works too, yes. Oh, that's pretty cool. Robin said best work experience was 2 days after I got hired. I got made a supervisor at CVS. That's pretty cool. Can't complain with that. Did you like working there? I'm trying to think what mine would be. You loved it? That's cool. Retail, but on a smaller scale than other places. And
Hello, Dogwood. Do I think ghosts can time travel? Maybe. That's possible. It's hard to say. It wouldn't shock me, though. It honestly wouldn't shock me. Maybe the ghosts that we experience could be, some of them are like time travelers from the future that are ghosts, you know, and their technology allows them to come back to the past or something. I don't know. But it'd be kind of cool. I think as far as work experiences goes, one of the coolest experiences that I've ever had was when I worked for a company called Meyer. The place that the particular store of it that I worked at, it was very rural, and the company was just setting up the place, like the facility. It was a grocery store basically, but it's like kind of one of those big industrial sized grocery store kind of things, you know.
like Walmart, not quite Walmart. Better than Walmart in my opinion, but
yeah, I think far better than Walmart. But so I was third shift for them, and the
Dogwood, Sasquatch is a werewolf, and someone told me you have the documents that need to prove it. Please help me expose the truth.
Oh ho. Well, you know, honestly, what's really weird is I have asked my elders about Sasquatch before, and they told me that Sasquatch and our people at one time like interacted with each other much more. This may be legend, you know, probably, but I still find it interesting nonetheless. But that they had interactions together, and then a kind of a fight between the two ended up happening. And so that's what led the Sasquatch people to start hiding themselves away. So now they live in the places that people don't tend to go to because they don't want to have any interactions with humans and stuff because of the experiences there. So whether it's true or not, I don't know, but it's kind of an interesting story nonetheless. But anyways, so this company that I worked for, this Meyer place, it was good, you know. It was an interesting job. I liked doing it, but there was one night, again, because it was a rural place, the parking lot was like super well lit, you know, at night and stuff, because we had all these, you know, big industrial lights and stuff going on. And so because it was rural, there were so many bugs that would come to this location because, oh my God, this is where the light is. We all need to go there right now, you know, kind of a thing. So I've always had like a really big fascination with praying mantises. I love them. You know, they're one of my favorite critters. And so I had the experience one night when I was outside doing like the trash and getting the carts and everything like that and bringing them back inside, that the cars, like all of the cars that were around, all of the carts, everything was like completely covered in praying mantises. And there were like some that were massive and some that were pretty tiny and stuff. But either way, they were all over the place, like flying. And, you know, it was really cool to be surrounded by all of these creatures that I've always had this deep fascination with. You know, it was an awesome experience for me. So that was probably one of the better experiences I've had as far as work goes. You know, it was very singular, unique kind of a thing for me. Right? Yeah, I mean Sasquatch fossils could be the giant skeletons being found. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I mean, do we want to go down the woo-woo train? Because I can talk about my bear story.
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Because that's
Let me just throw in here. Let me just throw in here real quick though, as far as like any kind of fossils and that kind of stuff is concerned. The one thing that you probably need to like bear in mind is that when it comes to like fossils and that kind of stuff, we don't really see very many fossils around regardless, because of the way that fossilization works. It is not as easy for things to fossilize as people might actually think. It's actually quite a difficult process for it to happen. There's a lot of different factors that take place. So like, for instance, there were for years rumors of like this ape species that was around in a particular area in, if I remember correctly, Indonesia. And nobody believed that they existed, but that's because they couldn't find any fossils for them. And it's because of the fact that it was so difficult for fossils to be created that they had troubles finding anything. But they did finally actually running across the species itself. So, you know, not seeing any fossils of a certain creature or species or something like that actually doesn't really necessarily mean that the creature does not exist. Absence of evidence is not absence of existence. You see what I mean? It's difficult at best sometimes to find evidence, you know, that something is there. So just throwing that out there, you know, something to bear in mind as far as like fossil things and stuff like that is concerned. What were you going to say then, Jolene? Sorry.
I see Odd Dogwood has continued. My brother keeps waking up in strange places with his clothes torn off. We were worried that he was an alcoholic for a while, but false alarm, turns out he's just a werewolf.
Gotcha. Well, there you go. Werewolves are cool. They're just a dog with their own bone. So yeah, anyways, I interrupted you. Sorry there, darling.
Yeah, give me just a moment here and I can go on with my story.
Yes, you can. Okay, I'm kind of working this up a little bit, trying to see what I can do as far as like changing the clothing goes into a better form for me to work with. And I think it's going okay so far. I'm digging it.
I'm sorry, I just realized my The microphone is still on.
That's all right. We don't hear you
I have the
anyway.
bad habit of keeping it on.
You do.
I do, and I apologize, my love.
You better.
Okay. So my probably best story about working, since you went in a woo-woo direction, I'll go in a woo-woo direction because I can't think of what mine would be. So I'll just go this route. So I was again working security outdoors, and I was going through a big, like, spiritual kind of time frame. I'm a big believer, lover, whatever you want to say, of like the Native American thoughts and traditions and way of being.
That's why she married me.
Yeah, right, yeah. So
Only reason she married me.
right, exactly.
Oh.
Got to get that native blood.
Yep.
So I had, just before going to sleep, I had asked a question, and I can't, for the life of me, truly understand. I don't, not understand, but like remember what the question was. But it was kind of something along the
See that
lines
the humans remain entertaining until the end.
We are entertaining the humans.
I'm sorry, my story is not entertaining. So basically, I asked a question of some sort, kind of along the lines of like, what do I need to do? What should I be focusing on, kind of thing. I don't entirely remember the question, but I know it was in that ballpark, right? So I went to sleep and I had a dream. And again, during this time frame, I was like reading up on a lot of like the Native American traditions, the beliefs, blah, 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 different books and what have you. So I had a dream that I was in a field, and this will get work related, I swear. But I had a dream that I was in a field, and there were two rainbow colored hoops circles, one above the other. And I looked up above me and it was dark and I could see stars. Basically the premise of my dream. I woke up and I was like, okay, thank you for the dream. What exactly does this mean? You know, like I was still like, I get that this dream was obviously to answer and I felt really connected, but at the same time, I was like, what the heck does this dream mean? So I kind of did like, when I woke up, a little question prayer, if you will, trying to get an answer. So I think about it the whole time I go to work, and I get to work. Now I had to be there at 5 a.m. And the store itself didn't open until 6:30, but I had to be there at 5 a.m. because we would let semis in. But there's usually never semis there. So I usually had like an hour and a half to just dick around, do whatever. And we worked, funnily enough, across from the mire that Ira was literally just talking about. And so off to the side of the guard shack where I worked was a field. And so it's wintry. There's snow on the ground, but it's not quite like covered in snow. There's still patches of grass here and there. I go out there and I'm just kind of pacing and I'm looking up at the stars and I'm just like, I wonder what it means. I wonder what it means. I wonder what, like, how it all comes together. And as I'm looking up at the stars, I notice that like there's a set of stars that are clearer than the rest. And like I'm just standing there and I'm looking and I realized that it's one of the dippers. I don't know which one it was. I just know it's one of the dippers, which is also one of the Ursa Major, Ursa Minor, which means it's a bear. So I look at it and I make that connection. Okay, I see the bear in the sky. So I continue pacing, and in the grass, kind of a ways away from me, there's something reflective, and I feel called to go see what it is, which is kind of weird because it's more than likely just trash. I mean, there's a lot of trash that's just thrown on the side of this road right here, right? I mean, it's not like completely littered, but it's not unusual to see trash, you know? But I feel like compelled to go look. So I eventually do pace my way over there. And I look at it, and it's a tin of chewing tobacco. Again, another Native American reference that I didn't click right away. But I looked at it, and I'm looking at the tin, and I'm just looking at it. The flavor is wintergreen, which, again, it's in the middle of winter, but there's still grass out. So I was like, that's interesting. And I'm looking at it, and then suddenly I made the connection. Oh my God, it's a bear. It was the Grizzly brand.
Cody.
No,
It
Grizzly.
was Grizzly.
Grizzly. I still have the tin.
It's fine.
Kept it. But I saw I was like, oh my God, it's a bear. And as soon as I made that like aha moment, like, I mean, I had chills and everything, that I was like, okay, totem sign, it's a bear. You know, I had the chills as soon as I said, and I said it out loud too, oh my God, it's a bear. Off in the woods, that's farther from where I work, an owl hooted, which to me means wisdom and whatnot. So to me, that means, yep, you were right. So yeah, so as I just said, yes, I kept the tin. I picked it up, I cleaned it off, and yeah, I was just like, this is pretty crazy. So basically my analogy is that the bear was the totem, was the answer to my dream and everything like that. Now what's interesting is, okay, so I heard the owl hoot, and I was very compelled to go to the woods, but I was like, nope, I'm not. That's way too far.
Way too far.
I don't want to lose my job over whatever is going on right now. So the next day that I go to work, there is a splinter of wood on the ground, completely shaped like a feather. And I was just like, okay, here is my owl feather, the token from the owl. So yeah, it was pretty interesting. But yeah, I still have the tin from finding it in the ground. It was just like, it was a big for me. And not that same
You know that the urge
day.
to sing "A Lion Sleeps Tonight" is only ever a whim away? A whim away. A whim away.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the trunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
Oh, hi, Raiders.
Look at that painting. That is awesome.
Oh, where was this one? This one.
That is so cool. Well, hey, Raiders, welcome on in. Come on in. Let me see. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Right now we are working a little bit of art.
Best friends. Hello, best friends.
Megabeck, thank you for the follow. And Tyson Draws Stuff, thank you so much for being here.
Best friends. Hello, best friends.
Ollie, bad timing or very good timing. I don't know. But either way, thank you for the follows, everybody. So my name is Ira. Over here is my wife, Jolene.
Best friends. Hello.
Thank you, Sadie Tells Stories. Sadistic Stories. Sadie Tells Stories. Welcome on in. For those of you guys not aware, I am a blind guy. I'm trying to do everything that I do with this blindness that I have going on here. But Jolene is not blind. Over here on this side of things, you guys can see that she is doing some crochet work, and you can see some of the stuff that she's been able to do. Over here on this side of things, you guys will see some of the artwork that I've been able to create on stream. And up here, up above, you're going to see the things that I'm creating right now. So, but either way, welcome on in. There's Punch on the left. There's Pie on the right. Make sure you tip the waitress. She's been on her feet all day. Avoid the soup. It's been a little bit off today. And one way or the other, welcome to my little pit stop on the internet superhighway. Thank you for being here. So there's my spiel. Take a breath.
Best friends. Hello.
False visual.
Best friends.
Thank you for following as well. False visual. I appreciate it. So yeah, if you guys are curious as to what kind of blindness I have, basically I see too much instead of too little. My eyes are pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. You guys can see right here, this is a picture of the moon. There are many versions of itself superimposed over itself, kind of washed out and ghosting and everything. Every object that exists in the world does this to me. So it can get a little bit difficult to deal with sometimes. But I still try to make art regardless. I still try to do what I can to create pretty things for you guys. This right here is an example of something that I did on stream last night. And I think it turned out pretty good. This one here I did a couple of nights ago, and I think he turned out okay too. Yeah, here'd be one that I came out a few nights before that. So, you know, I try to do what I can with what I've got. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, but either way, it's always fun to at least give it a shot, right? That's kind of the point, just to keep trying and keep learning and keep doing things. The main issue is that sometimes my eyes will go through changes, you know, so like every couple of months I have to kind of relearn things a little bit, you know, to work through what I've got going on. But either way, it's still fun regardless, right? So the derpy ukulele is gone. What? No way. Why is that gone? I'll have to try to see what I can do to take care of that. It might be because like my stream deck has been messing up tonight, so it might be actually related to that, Ollie, but I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's some examples of the things that I do. Right now, Jolene is working on a crocheted Baby Yoda kind of a thing. She's gotten pretty far into it. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Oh, I have you muted. There you go. I have control.
You have control.
We can hear you now.
So yeah, this is what I'm making tonight. And then yesterday I had finished a Cthulhu. I can show off my cute Cthulhu. I made him cute. If you can think of Cthulhu in a cute way. Here he is. He has blue little eyes and little rosy cheeks. Tentacly goodness.
There you go. I made you bigger.
You made me bigger. Okay, so here he is. And then he has his little wings in the back, of course. So I finished him no, not yesterday, the day
2
before.
days ago, yeah.
Yeah, I finished him 2 days ago, and then this is the Baby Yoda I am attempting. In case you wonder, I don't follow patterns, I don't do patterns. So, this is a Baby Yoda I came up with on my own, same with the Cthulhu. Same with, Ira can show you if you're interested. I've done a giant Minecraft dragon that I had no pattern for, and I just made on my own. So I don't like to follow rules. I like to do my own. So that's my stuff. I'm his wife. My name is Jolene. If you see me type in the chat, I will be the real Deerheart. So hi, nice to meet you all, and thanks for coming by.
Come on in, sit down, relax. Right now we've been kind of having a discussion about like some of the best work experiences and worst work experiences that people have had. I've had some very interesting ones, to say the least. Jolene has not worked many jobs, but she's worked like many years at the jobs that she's worked at. So she hasn't got many like differing experiences like for places, but I've worked a lot of different kind of jobs, you know, over the years. I've definitely worked a lot of odd places. So yeah, it's always fun. So I'm trying actually a couple of experiments tonight. I am trying a technique that I've not done before where I'm starting off with grayscale and moving forward from there. What I usually do, and I don't know, so far maybe it's coming out okay. You guys would have to tell me that. But I can show you a little bit of an example of like how I normally do things, and you guys will see like the difference between everything. So if I go to, I think this guy right here would be one. So this right here would be a painting that I have completed. I can call it satisfied, you know. But when I start off, basically what I do is I splat paint across the canvas, and I kind of work it from there. So maybe this one isn't a good example. Let me show you a different one, because I did things again in a little bit of a weird way with that guy. Let me bring up a different one for you guys, just so you can get a point of reference as to like what I do with things. Let me see, where would be one?
And then I just typed it, but I'll say it out loud. Tyson, feel free if you want to like share any links of your art or anything.
Yes,
here,
absolutely.
Feel free to.
I would love to
links
see what you
are
can
allowed.
do.
So
Yeah, I would love to see what you can do. So if you want to share your Instagram or, you know, anything along those lines, go for it. So let me see if this one is another one that I can do here. This is a painting that I completed a while back. And so I started off with the canvas that way. And then is this going to give me my paint splat? I don't know. Maybe it will. Yeah, there you go. So this painting started off as this big splatter of paint across the canvas. Okay. So from there, I kind of like worked shapes and all that kind of stuff to basically get it to this point here. So, sure. As long as it's not with the pervy version. We all know how OnlyFans can be, but, yeah, so that's kind of how I work, is to start off
like
with
your
the
art,
paint
by the way.
splat and go from there. So yeah, let me load up your Instagram here, the link. Let's see. Started when I haven't used it. It's kind of funny because actually OnlyFans just within the past week has announced that they're no longer going to be allowing adult content on there. And it's like, what? That's like your whole base of income. What are you talking about here, people? Wow, these are really, really nice. Oh my goodness. I love the creature art. I love the creature art. They did retract it? Oh, okay. Okay, I hadn't seen that. I do the same. I throw stuff on the canvas or paper and then refine and to find the art. Right. So it's like cloud watching, you know, it's like you can look at a cloud and see, I don't know, maybe a bunny in the cloud and the person next to you sees a dragon. You're both correct because it's still the same cloud, right? But you're going to both see different things. And that's kind of what I start off with. Oh my goodness. I love this stuff. Oh, I am so jealous. Okay. So I'm definitely going to give a follow. Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I really do
indeed.
like your stuff.
It is amazing. It really is. This, I don't know if I can get it to show up. Let me see if I can get it to show up. I'm not sure. I can try. Let me see if I can, because this would be great.
No, just keep it positive. Keep it positive, Leia.
I don't know if I can.
All right, thanks for coming
did
by.
that bad timing.
Oh no, is that? Oh. Hey,
There's
Larry.
one set for stun.
No need for shooting. We've talked about this. We're
How long
we're
have you
good.
had these droids?
Like I said, we've had them for like 2 or 3 seasons probably. These aren't the droids.
That's a great one. I love it. This painting, oh my goodness, this immediately attracted my attention. This is, I love it. I love it. Hey, weirdness is totally acceptable. I am the strangest person that I've ever met, and I try to prove it every day. So, you know, weirdness is definitely welcome here for sure. So this is amazing. My goodness. Tyson, how do you do what you do? Teach me your wisdom, O wise one, because, oh my goodness, that is amazing work. Love it. Love it. Okay. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Instant follow. So I'm trying things tonight with this this method where I'm starting off with grayscale, and it's very how can I put this? It's very nerve-wracking for me because this is way out of my comfort zone, way out of my element, and it's taken me quite a while to get to this point just because my eyes are having some difficulty with things. But yeah. So far so good, I think.
I'm a sucker for kitty cats. I see you did a picture of a kitty cat with a guitar. I really love it.
I can see you make something out of the badness. I love watching people work, especially ones that do kind of like the same method-y kind of things that I do, because it's always interesting to see what I see compared to what the person who's doing it sees. You know what I mean? That one was a commission. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool. That is cool.
Yeah, the cat guitar was a commission piece. That's really cool.
By the way, you guys will notice I do vape. I don't make any apologies for it. I smoked for 30 years, and my my wife over here has severe heart issues, and so every time that I smoked and it was around her, or even if I wasn't around her and she kind of like caught whiffs of it and stuff, it would make her chest hurt and stuff. So for her birthday some years ago, I ended up quitting smoking, and I switched over to vaping. And been vaping ever since, and it doesn't bother her a bit to have me do it around her. So, yeah. Did it as a gift to her. Why? Because I love her. I guess.
I love you, man.
I love you too, man. I guess. I have to. She makes me love her. She was very mean to me today. She made me take a nap.
I know, I'm so horrible. I made you take a nap.
Made me take a nap. It was cruel.
I made you, grown-ass man, take a nap. I'm so horrible.
Need to clean up post-stream. Love your stuff. We'll be lurking in the background. Great. Thank you so much, Tyson, for being here. Thank you for leading your people over here to us as well. And if you don't talk again, I hope that you have an amazing night, an amazing tomorrow. And if tomorrow is not amazing, well, I hope that tomorrow will be amazing, because there's always tomorrow, right? So either way, keep safe, have fun. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. One thing that I do, and I have not done yet on the stream here, but one thing that I like to do for people is a little bit of dad moments, and I guess now would be a pretty good time to do it. So let me just throw this out to you guys, and you can run with it as much or as little as you want to. No matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved. Please don't let anybody teach you any different. The only thing that anybody can ever expect of you is that you're being the best you that you can be in the moment in time. That doesn't always mean being always the best. That just means being the best that you can be at that moment in time. Sometimes that's nothing more than getting up in the morning, getting a bite to eat, and going back to bed. And there's nothing wrong with that. Just don't let anybody ever expect anything else of you, up to and including yourself. Sometimes we're our own worst enemies when it comes to berating ourselves and that kind of thing. You don't have to do that. Just be what you can be in that moment, and that's all you can do. Okay? So run with it, my friends. Hopefully it'll help you out. Yeah, we're kind of, sometimes we talk about hard topics here. You know, we are very big supporters as far as mental health stuff goes. The LGBT community, two of our kiddos are deeply ingrained into the LGBT community. We have one who's poly, and we have one who's trans. And so, you know, I'm bi, you know. I mean, we have very close allies to the community. And I do have mental health issues myself. You know, I'm bipolar, and I have a massive amount of PTSD that I carry with me still to this day, because of just a lifetime of traumas that have taken place. You know, nobody comes through this world unscathed, so we all have issues, you know, that we have to deal with and get through. But this place, this community here, this space that we have for you guys here, we're open books, and we try to be as supportive of everybody as we can, you know. So you can always feel safe to be here and vent what you have going on or just celebrate the positives, talk about the negatives, whatever it is that's on your mind. We're here. All right. So there you go. Kind of us in a nutshell. And hopefully you guys will, accept them all for what they're worth.
And then also real quick too, if any of you have heart health issues, I myself was born with a congenital heart defect. I won't go into the whole spiel because I don't know. But if you want to hear, you can. But either way, if any of you have heart problems or just chronic health issues or whatnot, we both understand. I have the heart issues and he's blind. I mean, we get it. So you can vent about that here too.
Blind, arthritis, fibromyalgia. Yeah, you name it. I've pretty much got it going on. So, yeah. But, yeah, that's kind of all of us in a nutshell. And if that seems like it's worthy of spending time with, then that's what we're here for. And if not, well, that's okay too, We're not everybody's cup of tea. We're barely a cup of coffee. I don't like coffee. I know. Don't get the pitchforks out. I'm just not into coffee. I am a tea man. So yeah, I'm just kind of like, I'm trying to get figured out what I want to do. Yeah, well, I think there's a reason for it. So like touching a little bit on the PTSD, I was raised by a whiskey drunk. He was very abusive and my mom was very narcissistic. And both of them drank coffee constantly. And then the rest of my family that I came from as well, which I pretty much walked away from years ago, they were all big coffee drinkers too. So it's kind of like, I don't mind the taste of it entirely. I do like mocha kind of coffees and stuff like that as well, so I will drink that kind of thing, but, just regular old coffee, I'm just not into. And I think it's mostly because of, carrying that memory that, I kind of like associated with those people. So, that's probably a lion's share reason why, it's that way for me. So yeah. I used to drink Mountain Dew exclusively. I would drink, oh God, so much of that stuff. It was terrible. Ruined my health. I know it did. But, I would go through like a case a day myself, just, it was ridiculous. But I got away from that and I switched over to doing tea. And ever since then, I've just kind of like stuck with the tea basically. So that's what I do. Yeah, that's a lot of Mountain Dew.
He is the tea man. He is the walrus. Cuckoo, choo.
That I am, Robin. That I am. Cuckoo, choo to you too. For those of you guys also that are streamers, well, number one, let us know and we can give you a shout out here. But number two, I do create music as well. And it's all DMCA and copyright free. If you guys would like to make use of it, I do make it available for everybody. So let me give you my SoundCloud link here real quick. Maybe my command will work. I don't know if it will or not. We'll see. It does not. Go figure. Well, anyways, here you go. Let me type it in for you. There you go. So that's the, why did that link not show up correctly? Oh, it's because I didn't put the 2 slashes in. There you go. That should be the link.
Ooh.
Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo, indeed. So, anyways, I do create music. It's all DMCA and copyright free and all that kind of good stuff. So if you guys ever would like to make use of it, there you go. I can play you in the background here one of the songs that I have created. Sure, we can go with this one. This is fine. So, yeah, just kind of like all kinds of weird things that go on here. I also create, I'm also an author. I've published 14 novels and dozens of short stories. So, if you guys are ever interested in any kind of writing or anything like that, well, I do author stuff too. So just kind of everywhere. I'm all over the place. And you guys will see me like make all kinds of weird faces and stuff like that as I try to do things. It's just because I have to squint so much and all that kind of stuff. I've got my monitor on an arm. It's just a couple of inches away from my face. But even with that, I still have to squint a hell of a lot to get my
He's here,
discernment.
he's everywhere. Who you gonna call?
Indeed, Olive. Indeed, Ollie. All right, I need to work on these eyes because they're starting to drive me nuts not having them there, so.
See that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I am entertaining the humans. What do you want me to do, man? I think I'm wildly entertaining. And a hell of a human being. Or something like that. All right, let me try to get these eyes working here. So yeah, what you're hearing here in the background, this is one of the songs that I've created, so.
You totally should. And for those that don't know, Ollie is one of our kiddos and does stream as well. If it'll work. And is a VTuber. Well, hi, Chloe.
Hi, Chloe. A boop to you, a boop to thee, a boop for me, and a boop for Jolene. Yep, that awesome. I will take the boops. How is the booper tonight? We got invaded again. Yeah, you'll have to type in the link manually. I don't know, for some reason the shout out thing isn't working. I'll have to fix it. I was going to fix it last night and then I didn't bother.
Was that my fault too? Chloe, he blamed me earlier.
Everything is her
I
fault.
forced him, a grown-ass man, to take a nap. That's what he says. I forced him to do it. I did not force him to do it. But it is all my fault.
It is, entirely.
Well, right, naps are great. So, I actually just got done with Yoda. Just got done with him. Just. Here is the baby Yoda. I just got done doing his eyes.
Give me a second, I'll change it over to your thingy. There you go. Him's so cute.
Yep. Not bad for considering I literally just started him yesterday.
Hello, Merkin Beauty. How's your stream going over there, Beauty? If you're listening, I can't hear. I don't know if you're even still streaming. You are? Yeah. Yeah, you're still streaming. Teach me.
I love him,
monks
Your
to
Honor. Since we have so many people here, what should I crochet next? Because I am an indecisive
help.
person.
She needs help. She needs serious help.
I don't want to better. Ah! What
Ooh,
the
Kirby?
What the frick?
See, it works for beauty.
Let me move. Go away. Go away. Shit.
Yes. That's it.
I know what it is. It's because Ollie doesn't have any clips on their stuff.
Oh, is that what
No
it is?
clips
It
on
goes
the
by
channel.
clips.
Yeah, so if there's clips on the channel, it'll pull out a random clip.
Gotcha. Yeah, I ought to do Kirby. I do like Kirby. I think I've mentioned this one once before, that I had considered doing Yoshi, but I never did. Because I like Yoshi. But I can easily do Kirby. I do actually. I could get started right now because I have
Attention
pink
all
card right
personnel.
here.
Tonight's movie is a holdover from last week and will be shown right after dinner, which is also a holdover from last week.
I love that one. That one is awesome. Thank you, Robin. I love that one. That's one of my favorites. It doesn't get played very much. Yeah, Yoshi would be cool.
Well, I have pink. I'll go ahead and do Kirby real fast. Real fast, I say. But I'll do Kirby first. Because I like the idea of doing Kirby. Because I like Kirby a lot, too. But whenever I play in a game and if there's Yoshi, I always do Yoshi. I don't care about Mario and Luigi. I want Yoshi. Although I always do standard Yoshi. Even though red's my favorite color. And I know you can do red. You're always a supporter for the underdog. Right? Alright. Let's see here. Y'all want to see my designs for a project of mine? Oh, of course, yes! Yes. If you have links, feel free to drop it in the thingy, or if you're on our Discord, you can drop it in there too, and he can share if you would like. I like the pink Yoshi.
Yeah,
Pink
we
is
love
my
seeing
favorite
other
color,
people's
if you
stuff,
can't tell. Red's my favorite color. It's close, I believe.
We love sharing the stuff that people do, so definitely. Just give me a few moments while I yell at these eyeballs here. You can drop the link here if you want.
I dropped the Discord
Okay.
thing for you if you want to click on that. Otherwise, if you have a link for your image, you can like drop it in here. We have links enabled for everybody, so whatever's easier for you. But yes, we would absolutely love. No, you're fine. I'm literally before stream. I was like, how do I ban somebody? Because me being a mod and everything, I don't know. I believe just picture. Yeah.
Two people joined the Discord server. Thank you guys. We love having people in there. This would also be one of the songs that we've created. Just for you guys.
And then, by the way, if anyone in the chat is down there in the path of the hurricane, I hope you're weathering things well and staying safe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big mess.
So I feel like doing Kirby's eyes is going to be the most difficult part. The rest is going to be pretty easy. A body, little arms, little feet. Yeah. Not since earlier today. For hearing from Fox and Bull. At least on our part.
Ooh, cool. So you're working on housing. That is cool. That is really cool.
I don't know if this will make any sense to you, but in high school, one of my favorite classes I took was AutoCAD, which is basically blueprinting on a computer. And my last year's project was we had to do a blueprint for a house, both outside and like what you did, as well as like we had to do one of the rooms looking in. You did AutoCAD in middle school. Yeah, I loved that class. I loved it. It was so much fun. I did it all 4 years. But it looks really good.
It does. That's really cool. You did Maya in school, which is basic 3D. Yeah, exactly. I'm almost thinking this eye just needs to be a little bit bigger.
This part doesn't matter.
Do what?
They have a little section wrote that says this part doesn't matter.
Oh. Yeah, it's a little better. You dated an AutoCAD in high school. You have a friend that's in university for architecture, so he's making all the real designs for me. That's really cool. That's really cool. So is it are you building like or designing like house, or is it like tiny house or something like that? Because I'm just curious because you said about the bus thing there too. So Jolene and I are like big time fans and proponents of the whole tiny house movement stuff too. Like, stuff is awesome. People can come up with some really cool things with it, you know? Love it.
I say this, though we're also a household of 5, so it'd be pretty impossible for us to do.
Well, yes, but I'm not saying that it's for us. I would love to do it.
But it would be so cool to do, yeah. I give people props that have done it.
Yeah. I'm not saying, honey, let's go out right now
that I can live in personally. That's really cool.
I'm not saying, honey, let's go get a tiny house made right now.
I mean, why not? I want one.
Yeah, I do too.
Ollie, do you want to live in a tiny house? Probably not, but like closer to everybody? No. Probably like I'm already close enough to my brother. Don't you want to be that much closer? Oh, you would? By yourself. Yeah. Well, see, there we go. We can get a plot of land, and then we all have our own little tiny houses. Although I'd be okay with sharing one with you, my love. But
I don't know. Gotta make me take a nap.
It's okay. You can have one all by yourself for your studio. How's that work?
Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that. That would be fine.
And then we can have...
I am so not satisfied with that eye, but maybe once I start coloring things up, it'll be better. All right, so I do think it's time for me to start coloring this because I've been working this grayscale for a while now. I'm really tired of seeing nothing but
Yeah.
gray here.
Yeah, Robin, that'd be pretty cool. She said, I've seen people build multiple tiny house spaces for larger families, arrange them in a circle with a common courtyard. See, that's what we like.
That's
would
what we were
ultimately
originally
love
talking
to
about
do.
doing. Yeah, that's exactly what we were originally talking about doing. Like, having one for each of the kids, you know, letting them have their own homes. Me and Jolene can have our own homes, and then we can have like one that's basically like a common place for, like, you know, getting together with, or, you know, cooking food in and that kind of thing. You know, for like the bigger dinners and that kind of stuff. We'd love to do something along those lines. Just buy a few acres somewhere and just put it all together like that. And then my health kicked in. And then her health kicked in. I'm thinking more so the bus, as if I get a trailer and make a home in it, my truck will get maybe 10 to 12 miles per gallon towing it, and a bus will get about that. And you can get used wholesale buses for under 5,000 with around 200 to 250,000 miles. But with a large diesel and a nice beefy transmission that's not nearly end of life yet. Right. Exactly. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. I have seen some designs from people doing bus conversions and stuff, turning them into tiny houses that are just freaking awesome.
Right. Your mom can be at the end of the driveway.
Yeah.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the trunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
To and died by the hands of Beastie. Ah, shit. Suck it, Beastie.
Well, hey, beauty. Welcome on in. Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing tonight? You hate your clips. I am so glad to have you guys here. Thank you so much for the visits here. And I hope that everything is going great. So for those of you guys that have never encountered me before, welcome on in. My name is Ira. That's Jolene. I am Blind Dad Does. And right now, Blind Dad is trying to do some art, probably pretty badly. I have never worked strictly in grayscale before. This is kind of driving me crazy. But I don't think it's looking super horrible. There's a few things that I would do different, but considering I have never done this before, I don't think it's turning out too shabby. But there is punch on the left, pie on the right. Make sure you guys tip the waitress. She's been on her feet all day. Avoid the soup. It's been a little bit off tonight. And either way, welcome on in to my pit stop on the information superhighway. I hope that you guys have a very, very good night. So how did the stream end up going there, beauty? What ended up happening? We've been talking about worst work experiences and best work experiences. I've had some really horrible experiences. I have been, when I worked pizza joints, I worked, I worked at Papa John's, I worked at Pizza Hut, and I worked at Domino's. Domino's was actually my first official job, being a delivery guy. And the current worst. That job went pretty good, but then I worked at Papa John's a few times, and I worked at Pizza Hut a few times. And both for Papa John's and Pizza Hut, I ended up getting robbed a few times. So I've been robbed 4 times working for pizza joints. That's always a fun experience. Yeah. Hated the district manager, but loved the rest of the staff. I've always heard GameStop was kind of a terrible company to work for. Like, the company itself was sort of terrible to work for, but obviously the employees vary, but there were problems with the company itself. I would have to agree with that, Robin. I would. I probably had the most fun working at this place called Ultrazone, which was a laser tag place. And I really loved doing that job. I was the manager there. And that was a lot of fun. The people that owned the place, they were pretty decent people. Like, they came from Texas, they came up to our area, and they built this place like specifically, to make money. And it was cool, like helping them get it all set up and running and stuff. I really enjoyed it. And then my time working there itself too was really good. But I kind of moved on from that because I got a job working in computers, working computer repair and stuff. So I kind of moved away from there, but it was a lot of fun. It was cool to do. The bus is also higher off the ground, so figuring out water tanks is easier. Yeah. Plus there's storage inside too. But either roofs are also generally lower than a trailer, so I'd most likely have to raise the roof, pun intended, a few inches. Right. Yeah. And also, like another thing with the buses, is like the thinness can kind of interfere a little bit sometimes, but, like I've seen people work around that a lot, it's pretty cool to do conversions like that. Worst job I had was for Amazon, because obviously my best job is my current one. It's a warehouse for pool core. My boss is great. The area boss is also great. And my coworkers are pretty all right. That's cool. Aside from the Ultrazone place, one of the most enjoyable work experiences for me was probably working at this place called Network Express. Basically, I was a legalized drug runner. So what I did was it was working basically for a pharmaceutical company. Well, a pharmacy. And this particular pharmacy was catered to working for nursing homes as opposed to working with the public. So it was kind of more of a private endeavor. So what I would do as my job was do driving. And I love doing driving jobs. That I got a big kick out of just kicking on the music and listening to jams as I drove down the road, I did love that job, but hated it. Yeah, exactly. So I would like travel for hundreds of miles every day, going to the different nursing homes and delivering them and stuff. And a couple of times I got stopped by the cops, well, what you doing out here this late at night and so on and so forth, but, this one time I got stopped by a cop and I made the joke of, yeah, well, I'm a legalized drug runner, He's like, what? And so I had to explain the situation. I was bored. What can I say? So he's like, well, I need to see what you have in these containers. Cause the drugs would be put into these big, like bins that were then locked down. So they were locked together with like zip ties and like tagged and all that kind of stuff. That way, if any of us drivers got into the packages and all that kind of stuff, then they would know it immediately, right? And I told the cop, okay, well, yes, you could do that if you so desire, but I will say right now, I need to have your supervisor. I need to have another 3 people here to make sure of what's going on and to document exactly what you guys are up to. And I want a representative from the pharmacy here as well, before you even touch any of these boxes. So he ended up letting me go. But yeah. You're always scared of getting robbed, right? Yeah, I mean, running these heavy medications around, yeah, you run that risk. But yeah, we had special cards that were made up and everything, so that we had like, at the time we had a lot of like disaster kind of stuff that was happening in our area, and so they made us cards to carry with us so that if we did get stopped, it would verify that we are like an essential service and we need to get through whatever was going on, because if the patients didn't get their medications, they're dead, so we were an essential service, to say the least. Girl alone at night with a van full of drugs, right? Exactly. And you delivered to some of the places that weren't all that great too. I was more doing the rural places. Yeah, with a converted bus, you don't have to get the CDL license. That definitely would help out, because if it doesn't have passenger seating, you don't have to worry about it. That's a good thing, definitely. You want to try to avoid having to get that. So I've worked some really strange jobs. Probably one of the shortest jobs I ever worked was about 3 hours, working for a place that you all would be familiar with, Burger King. The Burger King that I worked at, I started the job, and the first thing that they told me to do was to go clean out the corner. And I'm like, what the hell's the corner? And they like pointed out where it would be. And basically it was like where they had taken all of the like stale bread and stuff like that. And they would just like throw it over into the corner area. And it would just sit there and basically rot. And I'm like, nope, germaphobe here. I ain't doing that. So that was probably my shortest lived job over the years. Trying to think. Jolene, was your shortest job? That would be the vacuum cleaner company, wouldn't
it? Yeah, I didn't even make any money on that one. Because that one's all commissions. Or, well, the, not commissions.
Yeah, it was commissions.
Yeah, it is commissions. Like, that's not the word. Yeah. So, I never sold a single one, because, yeah. You have to be in a good neighborhood to do that job, and know people, and blah, 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 and yeah. So, that was my shortest job. Second shortest would be the hotel, working as a housekeeper. I didn't even work there a whole year. Your shortest job was Amazon. You left after 5 weeks. That was hell. I am so sorry. On the flip side, though, my longest job, I worked at that security job I talked about for 9 whole years, so that's my longest job. 9 years, and I loved it. And Robin says, my shortest was Meyer when they had us come in for classes, and it was all about the dude and not the job. When they broke for lunch, I went, gotcha. And then Chloe says, my longest was Wally World for 4 years. I left it because my current store manager didn't give a shit about safety, only about her precious bonus, which in the end, me leaving did help her bonus, kind of. Right? I've been at my current job for 3 months now. That's cool. Do you enjoy your current job? At least? Hopefully you do.
So Robin, the one thing about the Meyer thing that I had to contribute in there is, when I worked there, it was definitely kind of like almost culty in a way.
Bill, you'll have to leave in 5 months, sadly. Oh, may I ask why? And if you've already revealed, then I apologize for my tense moment. As Ira likes to say, I've slept since then. Or in my case, I'm low oxygen. Can't breathe. Well, hi, Eva. Eva has come and graced us with her presence, only to go and look out the window. She's like, skip y'all, I'm looking out the window. Oh, okay, you're moving. Gotcha. That's pretty cool. Well, hopefully it's a good thing. Hopefully it's a good thing you're moving. Hopefully it's a happy reason. Do you have a job lined up at all or anything? Or is it like schooling? Or if you don't want to share, that's fine. I'm getting into personal business here.
Personal questions.
I know I am.
Reveal all of your information to us so that we
Reveal
can steal your
everything.
data.
Eva is kind of here. She's next to my laptop now. You can kind of see her face every once in a while. There you go. Let everyone see your beautiful face. Yeah. You're such a cute little cute girl. Did you have a good nap on the bed? Are you looking for some grass? Well, my sleep-deprived self needs to remedy the situation. I love you guys and have a great stream. Well, I hope you sleep good and have a good day tomorrow. Definitely
Who's
sleep
leaving
well.
us? Who's
Huh?
leaving us?
Robin.
Robin.
Sleep-deprived.
Robin. All right.
She didn't get a nap like some people.
Yeah, I know. Her husband didn't make her take a nap. Love you, sister. Be safe. Rest well. I love you so much. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Paging all janitorial staff to the cafeteria. There is soup just everywhere. It's all over. There people have fallen. I mean, honestly, for a hospital, it's not very safe. So, if you could get there, that'd be good. Any doctors who are also free, because there's blood mixing with the soup now. Blood orange soup is what I would call it. I failed comedy school. Anyways, so there's an incident happening in the cafeteria. Patients, please avoid the cafeteria. Thank you.
I love that one. That one is great. Thank you, Robin, for the janitor call. There's just soup everywhere. Soup all over the place. So I'm giving this my best shot. Okay. Please don't judge too hard. I'm giving this my best whirl here. As to whether or not it is turning out any kind of decent or not, I don't know. I can't see it very well, so you guys will have to tell me. But for that off soup, yes, exactly. I mean, I am enjoying the process of this. It's a little it's vastly different from what I usually do. You know what I mean? As far as like the process of it goes. So I'm kind of freaking out here a little bit. Do what?
Miss with me. And in the background, you have another cake.
Yeah, Ollie's here petting Eva.
Ah.
Eva got real jealous. She's like, "What? You going to pay attention to him?"
Sassy took over my stream for 20 minutes. Oh, really? That's cool.
Stepping on your desk and everything.
That's awesome.
So I did see your message, Chloe. I hope that it's not as horrible as you've heard. Said I'll most likely request a transfer, but I've heard some horror stories about the other warehouses, so it probably won't be a long transfer. Hopefully it's wrong, but if so, hopefully you can quickly find something else. You went out. She left the door open for you. And then you didn't want it. And now you're going to come back this way. Well, I'm glad I didn't get up for you. Make up your mind, girl. Or you can stay here. We can like out there.
She wants both at the same time.
I'll see if I
Silly
can
human.
highlight the other kitty we have. He's blending into our bed. Oops. There you go. Can you guys see him? I don't know if you can or not. You can kind of see his face.
There you go. Now you can see it a little better. Barely. You can see a little bit of his white.
Yeah. That part helps.
Yep.
Yep. That's Elliot. The other one we have is Eva. He's just like, why are you shining a light at me?
Stop it.
It's like, I'm just over here sleeping. You're shining a light in my face. I didn't get up in your lap. I usually give them kitty treats at night. So he patiently waits. And then Eva gets all, so she's kind of going back and forth like, oh my God, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? And he's just like, yeah, I know it'll happen. By the way, Beauty, I don't know if you heard. So, not only did I finish the Cthulhu, crocheting Cthulhu the other day, yesterday I had started a Baby Yoda and I had finished him already. So I am currently beginning to crochet a Kirby. I don't know. Because technically you've been looking in our chat this whole time, but I don't know what you have and have not been aware of. Yeah, I'm working on a Kirby. Let me see close to something. By that time, I can also reapply for Walmart. So I might try and squeeze into another manager spot, because damn, it paid well by the end of it when they redid all the manager positions. That's pretty cool. Hopefully you get something figured out that you're happy with.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure everybody you're happy with where you work. If you are stressed, it really kills your health. That's what happened to me. My heart health really declined from stress, and I know that's what really made me decline. So stressing over we were talking about this earlier, the insurances and stuff, because I used to be a pharmacy technician, and yeah, that was a stressful job. Just working there. Pharmacy tech job is not a easy job, especially because it was in a retail setting and people are really finicky, and yeah, because they're not feeling good, they want their meds, and I get it, but at the same time there's like only so much we can do. And Chloe says, oh, for sure. I was the one keeping night operations in that store running at all. It fell apart when I left. Right? Okay, so I'm going to kind of burst my own. I'm gonna put myself on a pedestal here for a second. When I worked at the security job I had worked at for 9 years, like, I'm not saying they fell apart after me, but like, I had worked there for so long, I knew my shit, you know. I had left and I had ran into one of the supervisors at one point, and he legit told me, if you want to come back, they're begging for you to come back. Like, nope. Nope. I heard it fell kind of apart after I left too. Then before I became a manager, everyone came to me. Then my managers would ask me if something was right or not, because I was the one who knew it all, right? Because again, with like my situation, the job I worked at was a suck job. Like, it was a good job. It could have been better, but because it was a suck job like it was, we went through people so quickly.
It was the most. To you too. It was the most, like, I have dealt with some really, really crappy companies over the years, right? Some really crappy companies. But this company that she worked for was the most rinky-dinky, fly-by-night company I have ever seen in my days. It was horrible. Like, horrible. She worked there 9 years and got a total of, like, what? 1 raise through it all. You know? It was horrible.
And the 1 raise, everyone got the raise. Like, it wasn't like, it was a decent raise, but it was more of a raise, funnily enough, than if I had ever taken any supervisor position.
Right.
That is the hilarious part. Which is sad because, so we got the raise and we weren't supposed to tell the new hires about the raise because they were going to be hired in at the lower price, even though everyone else that had worked previously got bumped up to this new price. So at one point in time, I had a supervisor, because again, I always turned down supervisor position because working for that job was as a supervisor. And so I eventually had a supervisor who made basically the same amount I did, because he did not realize that the raise, that I made more than him, and not because you get raises every year, because you don't. You did not get raises every year. It was just because one year we all got a raise and we weren't supposed to say anything. So it was really a stupid situation. And it's funny because at one point in time, before I left, I was the last person that had that. So he kind of forgot. He, as in like management, forgot that I was one of those people. So it's like, it was funny how they treated me because I was always under the radar for the most part until they needed me. Elmo will never hire me again, but when I see my old managers, if I shop there, they always try and get all buddy-buddy with me. They really miss me. I have no problems with Walmart. I like my benefits. And my pay was good, but just too many problems with the 2 upper managers in that store. Napkin says, Flying J tried bribing my brother with a raise because he knew about some illegal stuff that one of the managers was doing. Ooh, that's a pickle of a situation. Chloe says,
Juicy details.
And you bet your booty I called OSHA on them, and they had to deal with that for months. I got constant updates on it, and I got their response to the OSHA request. So that's a defiant keepsake, right? Yeah. One of the hilarious things for me is I worked there, I want to say, 6 years. Okay, so the job I worked at was security, right? I worked there about 6 years. Never had a drug test done. Never had, and I'd never signed their contract. That's how rinky-dink this job was. That I did not do those things, and they never knew it. Now, I did not do a drug test because no one ever set one up for me. It's not my job to do it. It's kind of a stupid drug test if, you're trying to get me to do it. That's not a very good drug test to do. And I went 6 years without getting one. And the only reason they cracked down on it is because one year, one of the supervisors who did their job right, because the supervisor I got hired in obviously didn't do his job right, they made the person that was getting hired in do a drug test, and they failed. So suddenly they had a freak out moment and they like rushed and like went through the roster of who has had a drug test moment. And I remember it was one of my days off. Management calls me. You've never had a drug test done. I know. Well, you need to get one done. I know. Well, you need to get one done before you go back to work in like 3 days. You need to get one done before you go back to work, or else you can't work. Okay, so set me up with a drug test. And they acted like that was like a strange request. And it's like, you're the company, you should be the one setting it up. Number one, I'm not even a supervisor because I was turned down. And number two, again, I, the employee, should not be setting up my own drug test. And then the contract thing, I refused to sign it because there is a part of the job that, like, okay, so I worked as a security company at a lumber store. So I worked for one company, but my position was at a different company. One of the things that's in the contract explicitly counteracts, is that what I'm trying to say? Counters. Yeah, counters the job I worked at, like where I was doing security at, counters their side of the contract. And since they're the ones that deal with me like 24/7, you know, the company I worked for as security, they don't see the cameras, they don't see what we do, they're not even located in the same city. So, whereas the company that I was working at as security, they saw me day in and day out. They watch me on the cameras to make sure I'm doing the right thing. They have technically more power over firing me and everything than the company I actually worked for. So considering this, and considering there was the difference in contracts, I did not sign the one for the security company, which means if they had ever tried to fire me for anything that's on that contract, I could have gone after them and been like, I never signed for this. And I did it, you know, like I said, because again, it counteracts what the place I worked at thing is. And it's very big. And it's very like, I can't do my job if I'm going to sign this and say, I agree, I won't do it. You know, and they never caught on. So when the drug test thing came up, they got all pissy and they're like, you need to fill it out. And you know what? Still never. So I worked that whole job, never once having signed the contract. So that's how rinky-dink that job was.
Speaking of people not doing their jobs right, I technically never passed part of the exam to get my license. Really? Really?
I assume you're meaning driver's license, right? Because there's other licenses, you know, like forklift and whatnot. I don't know what you're... Kind of interesting how we can sometimes... Driver's license, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny how we can sometimes have an event happen and it flies by under the radar. Yeah, 9 years working at a security company. And they never noticed. I never signed their contract. Worked there 6 years. Never realized I didn't even do a drug test. That can tell you some of the sketchy people we hired in, can it? After that, they got more on it about making sure everyone was drug tested because, again, we had a lot of, well, flighty people get hired in, but it's something they should have been doing from the get-go anyways, because, again, security, it was unarmed security, thankfully, but still, it's still the point. I'm forklift licensed, though for the last year I was at Walmart, they kept not wanting to renew mine, so oh well. Yeah, when I left that security job, in the contracts, it's written that like I can't work for the company I was doing security at. I can't work there for like 3 years or something like that. But when I left, they had told me, um, if you want to work for us, because again, I had worked for 9 years and they knew me and I did so well, blah, blah, blah. They had told me, they said, we'll finagle things. You can work with us if you want. But I didn't. Because I knew how sick
They
it was
really
for.
wanted her.
Yeah, they really wanted me. But I knew how sick the inside job was, you know, because where my guard shack thing was, that's also where it's not the only location, but it's one of the locations where the employees can go smoke. There was a little smoke bin over there. So a lot of the employees that work towards the back of the building, they would come out to smoke. So I got to hear from them how shitty, you know, certain things of the job was. So it's like, I appreciate the offer, but I liked my position a lot better. My craziness of the job wasn't as bad as some of theirs, so that and a lot of theirs was commission too, so instead of salaried. Because again, it's a lumber store, so they were doing the whole millwork at theirs and blah 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 blah. I work security at a factory, though we did less security and more gate access and paperwork that the factory staff didn't want to do. Yeah, that's pretty much what mine was. I mean, it was security, but I always call it glorified customer service. That's pretty much what mine was. I ended up getting fired for doing something that was part of my job. Oh my goodness, did you really? Yeah, my job, again, security. Our shirt said security. Our security uniform was a red shirt that said security and blue jeans. And then my job was literally to check semis in and out, delivery trucks in and out. And then the customers that came through, they had to have a special ticket of some sort. I would scan it, ask them if they needed help. If they needed help, I would use my radio and call the yard or whatever department they're going to that they needed help. And then when they left, the security part of my job is I would scan the ticket or the paperwork of whatever the delivery driver or the semi had, and then I would have to inspect the vehicle. So, yeah. That was my job. So the majority of it was not. Majority of it was just telling people where to go. I worked at Menards, if anyone knows the Menards. Do y'all want to see my fur bunny I mentioned the other day? Oh, yes. Yes. Feel free
Okay,
to
let
share.
me put it to you this way, Chloe. Jolene is always up to seeing fur babies. Always, no matter what the fur baby might be. Kitties especially, but fur babies she absolutely loves. So there you go. You never even have to ask. Just do it.
In fact, we have a tab in the Discord specifically for pets. So, I mean, feel free. Feel free to drop whatever pictures anytime, any day. I will love and adore it. Want to hug it and squeeze it and call it George. But oh, you mean furry, not pets. I mean, still. You can still share.
You guys are always welcome to share anything that you want to on our Discord. Always. why it is there.
Although in some circumstances, depending on the
I mean, I suppose lewd, no, but that's okay. We're okay with that too. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, we don't give a shit, but Discord would, and we do
Discord
have
policies,
minors.
yeah.
And we do have minors in the chat, so
Exactly.
right, going to get that Blind Daddy fanfic you always wanted.
Woohoo!
Oh, really cute. Really, really cute.
How you doing over there, weirdness? This eyeball is driving me absolutely freaking bonkers. That is really cool. That is really cool, Chloe. That's awesome. Finished your shift, got ready for bed, and walk into that statement. We were just mentioning how it's okay to share everything in our Discord that you guys want to share, and then except for like lewd content, and then I'm like, actually, that's okay too. But I was joking, you know. So
Then I had read Dr. Napkin's message of going to get that Blind Daddy fanfic you always wanted.
yep. Bring it on.
Go wow.
See, I can hit that music here real quick. Oh yeah. Bring on the fanfic. Oh yeah. Y'all watch your ladies' hands. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome, Chloe. Definitely share pictures as you go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We love seeing people's arts and stuff. So as an experiment, this turned out kind of lousy maybe, but I don't know. What do you guys think? It's a little weird. I don't know how much or how little I like it, but it's there.
I think it's coming out really good, baby. Simply put, just clothing alone, you this is like the most detailed you've been in a while.
Yeah. Just gonna put down a little background here. Yeah, that's what I'm throwing in here right now, just to kind of give it something to stand out against. Maybe it'll help my eyes accept it a little bit better. Let's see. Probably color-wise, let's see how this is. Yeah, it's a little better. Darken that up there. Yeah. All right. Everybody get with your ladies and say hello.
What the heck are we saying?
I'm responding to the music going on. Happy to help.
Yeah. Yep, I got the pillow fluff stuff out because I am ready to stuff the Kirby head body thing, so. Of course, I'm making Kirby, like, small, so it's going to be, like, really hard to do the eyes. But
Right.
because of that, Kirby's got unique eyes to begin with anyways, so I obviously don't have just, like, something to plaster for the eyes, so this is a challenge, but that's okay. I will take the challenge.
Challenge accepted.
Kirby is going to be like a handheld size Kirby. Right.
Drastic change in music. That's on one of my songs. Yeah, with the background, that's looking a lot better now. I can kind of accept it a little bit. A little less like to my eyes. I mean, that's probably part of the problem is that, like, I'm used to always having a background there, you know, always. Like, I don't ever really ever do anything like I've been doing here, which is to, like, start off with the figure and just primarily deal with nothing but the figure for ages and ages, you know?
Ira and the boys looking for his glasses at 3 a.m., even though they're right on his face.
Yeah, I definitely have done that. That is definitely something that Ira has done. Okay, so you guys are not going to see what I'm doing with this because unfortunately the foibles of Photoshop dealing with Streamlabs doesn't allow this to like come through. So what I'm going to do is basically run through a camera raw filter to do some color work and see if I can bring out any other kind of coloring that would look good with this situation. Sometimes this is beneficial, sometimes it's not. So I'm just going to kind of like see, but sometimes it helps to like get the blending better established, I guess is the best way I can put it. Ooh, actually I like that one. It does kind of remove some of the color work that I've done, but I like the pop of it.
Right, the body, head, whatever of Kirby is done. It's going to be very small. But it will fit in the hand. Right? He's going to be a little bean. The little friend.
Okay, so that's kind of interesting.
You're wearing a Kirby shirt, one of your Kirby shirts at the moment. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
I like Kirby. I like Yoshi more. But I do Kirby first, because I had pink yarn closer than the bright green yarn that I can use for Yoshi. The yarn color I used for Cthulhu and Baby Yoda is duller than the bright green yarn I'd like to use.
A lot of your masks have Kirby prints on them. That's cool.
Well, I know there's more than just the green Yoshi. I do know that. We need all the colored Yoshi. Every single colored. I mean, maybe I'll do it. Speaking of masks, I always get complimented on mine. Show it off real fast. As you all have heard, I like cats. Tigers are my favorite, though. I get complimented all the time for this. Don't know how well you guys can see it, but...
Give me a second, I'll bring yours up. There you go.
More light for me, too. Maybe you could do Yoshi's cousin, Boshi. Let's actually wear They're fun bio skins, and they're just plain colors. But man, so comfy. That's cool. Okay, so there you go. You mentioned masks, so I figured, okay, I'll show off mine.
So I'm not too unhappy with how this is right now. Shh, I didn't say that aloud.
$40 for 3, but damn, so comfy. Well, I mean, if they're comfy, then it's worth the price, right? So, okay. At night, I usually have my oxygen concentrator on. And I turn it on before I go to bed, usually. I haven't of late, but... and that's usually when I would give the cats their treats. And Elliot is over here in the closet, which is where we have the concentrator. He is sitting next to it and just staring at me like, you're going to turn it on, right? It's about time for us to get our treats. So you guys can keep watching me, but I'm going to begin my nighttime routine. So you're going to see me writing and probably going to eat an orange as I do it too. Just so y'all know.
Terrible, isn't it? Horribly entertaining.
Right, it's 12:30. I'm sorry. I got drive-ins to do tomorrow. I better make sure I can sleep. Although I did sleep better last night, thankfully. So hopefully I'm on the mend. Although I did sleep like an hour and a half after dinner, so we'll see if that murders my chances of sleeping. And I ask this often, but if anyone does bullet journaling, that's what I'm about to do here. I will gossip over bullet journaling with whoever does it. I loves it.
You have 3 sets of them. Want to get another set without the noseband? Oh, you're talking about the masks. Gotcha. Threw me off there for a second. I thought you were talking about bullet journaling. I hadn't looked at the chat for a little bit. Okay, let me take a full view of things here. All right. What do you guys think of the experiment?
I think it was a success, personally. Like you did really well on the cloaky part of it.
Yeah.
And then since you added a textured background, it really does add to it,
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not super happy with the eyes, but that's okay.
I mean, are you ever happy with that?
No, never.
But again, you having your disfigured eyes, it would make sense, I mean,
Yeah, my eyes are so freaking. It's hard for me to do things sometimes.
we still need to take a picture of what your eyeballs look like, so that when you show off the picture of the moon, you can turn around and be like, "And this is my eyes," literally.
Got these luscious lips going on. So luscious. Boobifo.
Dr. Napkin says, almost looks like Prince Charming from the Shrek movies. I can see that. You're going to be heading out for the night. Going to start winding down for sleep in 20 minutes. Hope you two have a wonderful night. Same for everyone in chat too. Well, hope you have a good night. Thank you for stopping by and sharing your goodies.
Thank you for being here for the evening with us here, Chloe. Yes.
We enjoy you stopping by. Hope you sleep well and have a good day tomorrow.
I added a little bit of like color to the eyes and the cheeks. Kind of a blushy.
That's cool. Do you know what movie you guys are going to watch?
Movies with the wife is always an appropriate idea. I have got to sneeze, so if I all of a sudden sneeze, I apologize ahead of time.
One of her movies. It's your birthday. You should choose. Unless you like her movies, I mean, then in that case, go you.
So right now what I'm doing is kind of like adding in a little bit of rim lighting, trying to just add a little bit of, punch.
Yeah, I am digging the turquoise that you're adding. All right, napkins, have a good evening. Again, happy birthday. And yeah, have a good movie. Sleep well. Have a good evening.
Enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much. Much love to you and your wife. Enjoy your time with her. Hopefully she doesn't make you take a nap.
I mean, at this point, it'd be go to sleep.
Well, yeah, but true. Okay, so the rim light there, what do you guys think? You are starting on something, want to see. Well, of course, duh. You don't even have to ask. You know. Send. I mean, I bet you it is. You are good. You piss me off with how good you are. I kid. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Far, far, far better than what I'm doing here. Goodness, that is awesome. Seriously. Holy cow. I love the ears. You got the lighting really, really good. Yeah, it looks really, really good, kiddo. Run with it. Run with it, my child, because look at that hair. Man, that is awesome. That is looking really good.
Can I see?
Yeah, send it to Jolene too.
Am I allowed to see?
No.
No.
Do you want me to send it or do you want to send it? It'd probably be easier if you sent it. Oh, you sent it. Okay. Well, there you go. All right. So, Ollie, let's get your opinion here. What do you guys think? Okay. So like just a random experiment, a random bit of blah put onto the canvas.
First off, Ollie, I love it. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. Come along really good. Really good. I love it. But not as much as I love you.
Daw. I think I'll do just a little bit more darkness in the background here.
Yeah, it is really good. Yeah, I do think that you did really good with this, my love. I think it came what am I trying to think of? Your experiment has come along really good.
Not too bad, I guess, for having no clue on the direction that I wanted to go with it or what I was going to do with it. Just slapping stuff down. Kind of just like smoothing out the edges just a little bit so it's not so jarring kind of a thing, you know? Well, I think I can call it here. Because I don't know exactly what else to do with it other than just to, like, keep further rendering, you know? But, like, I think as it stands, it's doable.
I do really like it, my love.
Kind of a good, like... I mean, it was totally practice to begin with, you know what I mean? I wasn't expecting anything to come out of it, you know, but I'm not displeased with it. I'm not displeased with it. I think it's okay, you know? And now I have a few more tricks in my toolbox that I can make use of and try to see what I can do with it, you know? And that's kind of the point. It's all about the experimentations. I do wonder if I put this into like a different color dodge mode, how this would work. Yeah, not quite as well. That's fine. I'll just leave it on normal. That's okay. It works. So, yeah, I think I'll leave it here. I think this is okay. Not too shabby. We'll run with it. But in the meantime, I'm getting to be starving. I got to eat. And it's been a while. Like going on almost, 10 hours now since I last ate. So getting a bit hungry, to say the least. So let's see if we can find somebody that we can raid. I know there was a couple of people that were on earlier. I'm not sure if they are still on or not, but we can take a look and see. Because we always like to pass things forward, don't we? That's the way to be. That is what to do. Oh, hey, cool. Okay. Yes, absolutely. We will go raid this guy because I think that you guys will really, really enjoy him. This guy is very, very, very kind, very nice guy, and he's in the Philippines, and he's a very nice guy. He was in here a couple of days ago, and I think that you guys will really enjoy. So why don't we do that? His name is Jaira Brian Fine Art is the username that he goes with. Gotcha. Jaira, yeah. And he's really good. He does painting, like hand painting, traditional painting, as a fine art kind of a thing. So I do think that that will be really, really good to do. Kind of pass it on into the next art peoples, you know? So, yeah, let's do that. So in the meantime, I do want to thank all of you guys so much for being here with me and being here with Jolene and just spending time with us, spending the few moments that you've granted us to be a part of your lives. We are very grateful to be here. So, yeah. I hope you'll be back tomorrow. We will be back 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So come on back in and we'll see what happens next. It's always part of the journey, right? So, yeah. You got anything you want to say there, my dear?
I hope everyone has a good evening. Is staying safe. If you're in the weather, I hope you're weathering through it okay. And best luck and love for everybody. And yeah, have a good evening. Love you all.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, we will talk to you again tomorrow. Until next time, keep safe out there. Have fun. Much love to all of you. And we'll talk to you again later.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk.
Maybe because my daddy made it all big. I learned